Hi guys, it's me, ChazzaHD, and welcome to race day here at Paul Ricard for the 2022 French Grand Prix. Quite possibly the last French Grand Prix for a while, and I'll get onto that news in a bit. But yeah, this weekend's Grand Prix has been pretty interesting. We've got a pretty exciting grid, and I think we are going to have a decently exciting race. I mean, as long as we get a race as good as we had last year, which was absolutely brilliant and a great fight for victory, obviously, to the very end. And it was a great battle really throughout the entire race, and obviously we had a great midfield battle as well. As long as we get that today throughout the field, then I think we're in for a very good race day here in the south of France. And yeah, there will be plenty of great battles today. Ferrari definitely versus Red Bull for the win, and that's going to be a very close fight for the race win. And then maybe, you never know, Mercedes could possibly find themselves up in a podium position today in the Grand Prix. Obviously, Carlos Sainz in the Ferrari starting from the very back. We'll see how he does and how he progresses through the field. And there is going to be also a very intense midfield fight between McLaren, Alpine, AlphaTauri, and also you've got Bottas and Vettel up in the upper parts of the midfield as well, and obviously Yuki Tsunoda up in 8th place. So yeah, I'm looking forward a lot to today's race. And with the the massive heat we're still seeing today at Paul Ricard, and with the way the tyres have been this weekend, I think we're going to have a very interesting race and possibly very exciting race when it comes to race strategy and pit stops, because it's going to be, I think, ebbing and flowing all race long in terms of who has the advantage over, other teams, whether it be the fight for victory between Ferrari and Red Bull, or in the midfield. It'll be ebbing and flowing as to who is looking good with their strategy, and then, it'll just evolve during the race, and it will look, I think, pretty exciting as we go through the 53 laps we'll have today. But what we're going to do, because obviously I'm going to be live for a while today, what we're going to do for the next about an hour and a half is fully preview this Grand Prix coming up. As you can see on your screen, the Grand Prix starts in an hour and 57 minutes pretty much from now. And yeah, cannot wait to see the Grand Prix, and I'm sure you guys can't wait as well. So we'll go through all the teams, and also I will look at the sector time and maximum speed or speed trap data from qualifying, and we will get into race pace, because I have saved and screenshotted the long runs that the top teams did on Friday. So I will get into that as well, and it will give, once I get into that later on in this stream, it will give a great indication as to who really should be favourites today, given the pace that certain teams have over one another. And obviously we'll get into some stats throughout the stream, and get into how certain teams have been successful here in the past, or maybe not so successful here in the past. And then hopefully before the race starts, my co-commentator Niblo will join me for the race watch-along part of the stream. He did say yesterday that he should be on today, but I just haven't heard anything from him in regards to when he will exactly be coming on. So hopefully he'll come on in the next, say in about an hour and 20 minutes from now, is my hope, is as to when he will join the stream. But yeah, the race preview will last until about 1:30ish, and then from 1:30 till 4 p.m. UK time will be the race watch-along part of the day. Obviously, the race starts at 2 p.m. UK time, just so you guys know. And yeah, hour and 55 minutes from now. And then when the race finishes, I will keep streaming probably for an hour after to react to, with you guys, what happened in the French Grand Prix. So make sure to stick around for that if you can. And hopefully, all of you guys watching are doing well. And I hope, no matter what time it is in your part of the world and where you're from, hopefully having the best day possible or best weekend possible you can be having, given whatever circumstances you are going through. And it is great to see you all here as always. But let's get into the qualifying results from yesterday and get into kind of the starting grid for today's French Grand Prix. So Charles Leclerc will start on pole position for Ferrari. A fantastic pole it was for him. 0.3 of a second clear he was of Max Verstappen, who will line up alongside him on the front row. Sergio Perez will be in third, and Red Bull definitely have the advantage over Ferrari for the race in terms of strategically, because it'll be a 2-on-1 for Red Bull, and also they have the better race pace, as I'll get onto later in this stream. So it's going to be a very competitive fight for victory between those top three. And then you've got Lewis Hamilton, who will be lining up in P4. Lando Norris, very impressively, qualifying in 5th place, but he will struggle quite a lot to hang on to the two Mercedes today. George Russell will start alongside him on the 3rd row in 6th, and it's Fernando Alonso, who qualified in P7, and then Yuki Tsunoda 8th, and then Carlos Sainz and Kevin Magnussen both got through to Q3, but ended up in P9 and P10. They will both be starting at the very back. So what that means is Daniel Ricciardo will start 9th, Esteban Ocon will start 10th, and then it'll be Bottas 11th, Vettel 12th, Albon 13th, Gasly 14th, Stroll 15th, Zhou 16th, Schumacher 17th, Latifi 18th, and then it'll be Sainz and Magnussen in 19th and 20th place. So that is your starting grid. And I've got to say, it is nice that the starting grid is a bit mixed up. It's not quite as it maybe was expected to be for this weekend's Grand Prix. And that is a very good thing for this weekend's Grand Prix, because with a mixed up field, I think that definitely increases the chances of an exciting Grand Prix, where we get, what do you call it? Plenty of overtakes and fights through the field. Drivers rising their way up the field that are a lot quicker, obviously, than where they started the race from. Obviously, we've got certain cars or drivers who kind of outperformed their car a bit, such as Yuki Tsunoda being up in 8th place, and also Lando Norris up in P5. So, yeah, I think we're going to have a pretty good Grand Prix today in France. And we should get, definitely with the front three, a good fight for the victory of the French Grand Prix and just all of the podium positions. And then, I mean, the two Mercedes will probably be on their own, really, in 4th and 5th place. They won't be massively slow or as slow as they were yesterday in qualifying, where they were at best a second off pole position. They will be closer today, not just because they are normally closer on race pace, but also looking at the data from Friday and the long runs from Friday, Mercedes were actually lapping quite a bit faster and closer to, say, Ferrari and Red Bull than they were in qualifying trim. So we'll see what Mercedes can do, but yeah, it's going to be a good scrap between, Norris, Alonso, maybe Ricciardo, who obviously will be starting in P9, Ocon in P10. We'll see what Bottas and Vettel can do in the Alfa Romeo and Aston Martin, respectively. It's going to be a good Grand Prix. I'm pretty sure of that. Now, let's get into the top teams and how I expect they will get on in today's French Grand Prix. And we'll start with Red Bull Racing. And because of Carlos Sainz's penalty, really, all Red Bull needed to do at the absolute worst was qualify where they did, 2nd and 3rd. You could argue that Verstappen, because obviously he didn't improve really his final lap that he did in Q3, didn't really improve his time enough. He did actually improve on what he did in the first run in Q3, but it wasn't enough. And in Sector 1 and Sector 2, he did a slower time through those sectors than his personal best. So he could have gone quicker, could have closed the gap by 1.5 to what it was, the gap between him and Leclerc. But I think Ferrari and Leclerc, Ferrari and Leclerc were just way too quick for Max yesterday. Max was on top form, there is no doubt about it, but just wasn't able to produce enough pace when it mattered to really pressurise Leclerc at the very end. But I don't think he really could have got pole position yesterday. But Red Bull, as I'll get on to in a few moments' time, have a very good chance at winning this Grand Prix. The big reason is because if you look at the data from Friday, which we'll get onto in a minute, their pace is not just quicker, it is quite a bit quicker than what Ferrari had on higher fuel. And that will play a massive role today. Obviously, even though it is hard, definitely, to overtake around here, if you have a car that is a few tenths of a second per lap quicker than another car, and with these cars that undoubtedly follow better, and with the Red Bull that has very good straight line speed, there will definitely be plenty of chances today for Max Verstappen and Red Bull to overtake and get into the lead and win the French Grand Prix. And I believe, given how strategy is going to be very important today, the Red Bull car has been, so far from what we've seen on higher fuel, has been a faster car than Ferrari. Given those two things, I think Red Bull will be the victors today, because obviously strategically Red Bull are always better than Ferrari. Ferrari do cock it up most times than not, and I think Red Bull, even if they don't really do a dramatically different strategy to what Ferrari do in this Grand Prix, I think still have enough pace to beat Ferrari on track legitimately without the need of pitting early or doing a completely different strategy to whatever Ferrari do by going maybe a few laps longer into the Grand Prix. So, yeah, I think Red Bull are the clear favourites today, and especially because they're able to attack Leclerc with both cars. And obviously, Carlos Sainz starting at the back. Carlos has been very quick this weekend, but obviously, with him starting back there, won't be able to help Leclerc in defending the team's lead and possible race win from Red Bull. So, yeah, I think Red Bull will end up with victory today. And what I think will happen is maybe Max Verstappen won't overtake Leclerc on track in, say, the first stint of the race, kind of like Leclerc did in Austria. But what I think will happen is Max will stick very close to Leclerc through the first stint, being about a second behind, maybe just under that, behind Leclerc for the entirety really of the first stint, with Perez, say, a couple seconds behind them. And then when we get to the first pit stop, I would not be surprised whatsoever if Red Bull trigger an undercut. And then if they do that, then they essentially guarantee themselves the lead, because the undercut here at Paul Ricard is massive. We saw last year, Max Verstappen was like 4 seconds behind Lewis Hamilton and pitted 1 lap earlier than him at the first pit stop last year. And then when Hamilton pitted a lap later, Max came out in the lead. He gained about 4 seconds or 3.5 seconds in a lap over Lewis Hamilton. So the undercut is very powerful here. And I think if Red Bull can stick close enough to Ferrari, they will definitely be looking to trigger that as soon as possible. As soon as they can find a gap for Max Verstappen to pit and not lose too much time in traffic, if there's a good gap of like 5 seconds or so for him to fall into, then I think he will. And when I say 5 seconds, obviously I mean 5 seconds between one car and another, so he's not held up in the dirty air of another car, which obviously would hurt his fresh tyres. Then that should give Max a great chance and a pretty easy overtake on Charles Leclerc through the pit stop phase. So, yeah, I think Red Bull and Max Verstappen will be victors today. And I think there's a very good chance that Red Bull will not only win the Grand Prix, but they will also get a 1-2. Because Sergio Perez, we know, very good at looking after tyres. We saw this last year where he went... How many laps into the Grand Prix? It was like 6 or 7 more laps into the Grand Prix he went than what was it? Mercedes, the two Mercedes drivers and his team of Max Verstappen. And I think he did a one-stop strategy in that race, if I am correct. And then once he pitted, was quite far behind, but because he had fresher tyres and the tyres of the Mercedes drivers died towards the end of that Grand Prix, Perez was very quick and then obviously passed Valtteri Bottas late on to finish on the podium. So look out for Sergio Perez, because I would not be surprised whatsoever if they put him on a different strategy. Not necessarily starting him on a different compound on the grid, but if Max was to undercut Leclerc, then I think what we will probably see with Perez is him go a bit longer into the Grand Prix. The thing is, though, it depends when Red Bull trigger that undercut. If they can trigger that undercut around lap 12, 13, that would be ideal for the whole team and Sergio Perez, because if Perez then can go another 6 or 7 laps, then he might be able to pull off a one-stop strategy from there, or at least a strategy where, you know, he will have very fresh tyres when it comes to the very end of the Grand Prix, and will be able then to attack possibly Charles Leclerc for what would possibly be second place. What I would do if I was Red Bull is exactly what I've described. I would have Max going for the undercut, and I would put Perez on a strategy where he goes about 5 laps or 6 laps longer into the Grand Prix than, say, Verstappen and Leclerc, to try and get him fresher tyres to attack later on, because I think that, you know, that strategy worked out really well for them last year, and I don't see why it wouldn't work out for them this year. And I do believe, by the way, that it will be a 2-stop race today. I don't think it'll be, you know, a 1-stop strategy out there. I think we'll get at least 2 pit stops. If there's no safety cars, I think we'll probably get 2 pit stops for the majority of the field, because even though the tyres will wear out a lot, and it'll wear out to the point that maybe some teams might feel they need to do a 3-stop race today, the pit lane loss is a bit too big to be pitting 3 times. I think the pit lane loss is like 25, 26 seconds. If the pit lane loss was like 20 seconds, which we get at some tracks, then I think definitely we would get, around this type of track, a 3-stop strategy for the teams. But I think a 2-stop, as long as there's no safety cars, I think a 2-stop is probably the way most teams are going to go. And yeah, like I said, I think Red Bull will win the Grand Prix today. I just think they've got too fast of a car, and strategically will have exactly what they will need to win over Ferrari. Talking of Ferrari, though, let's get into them now. And yeah, great job by Leclerc. Let's get into that first. Great job by Leclerc yesterday, and great strategy for the first time in a while from Ferrari in, you know, doing the tow with Carlos Sainz, having him drive slowly and then give Leclerc a tow up to turn and through turn 10 to give Leclerc an extra tenth and a half, which, to be honest, in the end he didn't really need, because Max Verstappen didn't really improve that much on his final lap, but they needed to do it anyway just to make sure they got pole position, and obviously they did, and it was a brilliant job by Leclerc and Ferrari. But yeah, in this race today, I think it's going to be very hard for them to win. What they need to, the 2 things that will be the key for them, is looking after their tyres better than Verstappen and Red Bull, or Red Bull in general. Obviously, breaking the DRS window by lap 3 will be very important as well. because if Max is able to hang on straight away to Leclerc and be within a second on lap 3 when the DRS gets activated, then it's going to be a very tough race then for Ferrari and Charles Leclerc. So obviously breaking the DRS window, very important. But if they can, Ferrari, look after their tyres better than Red Bull and then start to pull the gap to Red Bull, then that might be able to save them from the undercut. But that still doesn't mean they'd be, out of trouble in regards to them versus Red Bull. Because if Ferrari decide to pit, say, first, even if they have a decent lead of 2 or 3 seconds over Max Verstappen in the Red Bull, then if Red Bull go, 5-6 laps longer into the Grand Prix with both cars, that might still come back to bite Ferrari where it hurts, because fresher tyres around this circuit are a massive advantage to have. So it's going to be a very tough race today. I think it's really a 40-60 chance that Ferrari win today. You could argue a 30-70 chance that Ferrari win today, because it's just going to be... This Grand Prix is going to really test all of the areas they're the weakest at right now, which is obviously reliability, because the heat is going to play a role in them being able to stay reliable. And I would not be surprised whatsoever, to be honest, if Leclerc had an engine problem, because we've seen the Ferrari engine this season has been so unreliable. And in this heat, I wouldn't doubt them having an issue. But strategically, they have still this season been very poor. And they've got to get that right today. If Verstappen is able to keep right behind Leclerc and trigger an undercut, and Ferrari do pit a lap later, and then Max comes out in the lead, there's nothing really Ferrari could necessarily do about that, because, Ferrari or Leclerc could pit earlier, but that may still come back to bite them, like I said, if Red Bull decide to go a few laps longer to get fresher tyres for the later parts of the race. So, yeah, this is going to be a tough race for Ferrari, and I don't think they will step up to the challenge. They do need to win this Grand Prix desperately if they have any hope of winning this year's World Championship. I still don't think they have a hope of winning the championship, because they're just too far behind. And I think that, given how Ferrari are normally, I just don't see how they'll be able to consecutively have great results to put themselves right back in the fight for the championship. But yeah, they do need to win today if they can somehow win. But my expectation is that it will be Red Bull winning. And I wouldn't be surprised, like I said, with Red Bull, if it was a 1-2 with Verstappen first and Perez second. We'll see what the Ferrari can do. But yeah, it's going to be a very hard Grand Prix for them in this extreme heat we're seeing in the south of France. But now we'll go on to quickly Mercedes and McLaren, and then what we're going to get into... Actually, no, we're going to get into Mercedes next, and then what we're going to do is get into the data from qualifying and also the long-run data from Friday, because I know you guys will be very interested to see that, so we'll get into that soon enough. But we'll get into Mercedes quickly. Through qualifying, they were looking absolutely terrible. They did, in the end, get a bit closer to Ferrari and Red Bull than they were showing throughout qualifying. Lewis Hamilton did a very good final lap, where his first sector actually was right on the pace of Charles Leclerc and Max Verstappen, but the rest of the lap, the Mercedes was just terribly slow. Lewis was actually very happy with his lap and didn't think he could do any more than what he did, which I think just shows you that Lewis Hamilton is performing at his best level, but this car is just so bad that he can't do any more with it. And yeah, ended up, 9/10 of a second off pole position, which is a lot slower than I thought they would be in qualifying. I thought they would be, at best, about 6-7 tenths of a second off pole. For them to be almost, or pretty much a second off pole is bad. It is really bad. I don't know what they've done to this car. I mean, I didn't think it would suit the car this track because of the slow medium speed corners. But I didn't think it would be this bad. So yeah, no idea what they've done to the car, Mercedes. But at least they ended up with a decent qualifying. It wasn't as bad as it maybe could have been if their pace from Q1 and Q2, couldn't be improved upon. Then it would have been obviously much worse. Remember, Russell was in the drop zone in Q2 and had to do one final quick lap to get out of the drop zone and get into Q3. So it was a very tricky qualifying session for Mercedes yesterday. But as I'll get onto in a moment, Mercedes will have easily the race pace to beat McLaren today. McLaren, despite improving their car quite a bit, and McLaren definitely are a few tenths of a second quicker than what they were before this upgrade that McLaren brought this weekend's Grand Prix. The side pod, the engine cover, diffuser, floor, all of those upgrades have worked for them, but it hasn't put them quite yet on the level of Mercedes. And yeah, Mercedes will definitely be quite a bit quicker than McLaren in the race today. But because of their track position, 4th and 5th, I'm not sure they'll be able to fight for the podium. The only way they'll be able to fight for the podium is if something bad happens for one of the top three. Obviously, an engine failure, a really bad pit stop, maybe, the safety car coming out at the right time for Mercedes, where they're able to put on like fresher, softer tyres when the top three are on maybe harder tyres. That's the only real way they can get a podium today. They're not going to get a podium on pure pace because they don't have the pure pace to finish on the podium. So yeah, it's going to be it's not going to be a terrible race for them. I mean, 4th and 5th would be still not that bad of a result for them, especially if, say, Leclerc finished in 2nd or 3rd, because that would mean that Mercedes would outscore Ferrari, and Mercedes are not too far behind Ferrari in the Constructors' Championship. About as far behind Ferrari they are as Ferrari are to Red Bull. I think Ferrari are closer to Red Bull, but not by that much compared to how much Mercedes are behind the Ferrari team. So, yeah, 4th and 5th is where they'll finish today, unless something happens to one of the top three that is major enough to put a Mercedes on the podium. Carlos Sainz, obviously I didn't discuss him with Ferrari a minute ago, but Carlos Sainz will have the pace to finish ahead of all of the midfield, including obviously Lando Norris, but Carlos won't have the pace to finish ahead of the two Mercedes because Mercedes do have enough race pace to finish ahead of Sainz, and they're not, dramatically that slow compared to Ferrari on heavier fuel. So yeah, 4th and 5th is what it will be, and then they've just got to hope that they get lucky from then on in. But let's get into the data regarding qualifying yesterday and also the heavy fuel running and the race simulation running from Friday, because it is very important and it is going to play a big role in this Grand Prix today. And you guys will need to remember this data when watching the Grand Prix, because it will give you a very good idea as to what to expect in the French Grand Prix. So let's now get into that. So let's get into first the sector times from qualifying. Like I was saying with Lewis Hamilton, that sector one, look at that sector one. Not just on the pace of Leclerc, he was a 1/10.5 quicker than Max Verstappen. What a first sector. And was, almost 3/10 of a second quicker than his own teammate in sector one. So he basically flew through sector one. And then you can see in all the other sectors was miles off the pace. We'll get more into Mercedes' pace and where they're losing time in a moment. But starting with Ferrari and Red Bull, yeah, sector one, Ferrari do have the quicker car. And if Leclerc can get a good start off the line and doesn't have to move off the racing line to defend his track position, then if he can have a very good sector one on his first lap, he might be able to build over a second lead to Max on that first lap straight away, because the Ferrari does have definitely better speed than the Red Bull in Sector 1. And then Sector 2, Red Bull about a tenth of a second quicker, which is not really that big of a surprise. Red Bull still quicker than Ferrari on the straights, and obviously Sector 2 is pretty much flat out except for the chicane. And then Sector 3, Ferrari, 2/10 of a second quicker. Now, if it comes down the battle between Leclerc and Verstappen to a fight on track, and if Red Bull need to overtake Ferrari on track to win, that's going to be pretty hard, even though they've got the speed in Sector 2 with the DRS, the second DRS activation point being in Sector 2 for the lap. Because in Sector 3, Ferrari have got that 2/10 of a second advantage, and also, I would say, a tenth and a half in the first sector. What that means is by the time we get to the DRS activation points, whether it be on the pit straight or on the Mistral straight, Ferrari will be able to pull out enough in those corners to keep, enough or far ahead of, or far enough ahead of Red Bull and Verstappen to keep track position, which is why the the strategic option of beating Ferrari is more important for Red Bull today. Even though Red Bull have better race pace from what we've seen so far this weekend than Ferrari do, because Ferrari have that very good pace through Sector 1 and Sector 2, Sector 1 and Sector 3, Red Bull will probably have to rely on an undercut or something like that, because it's going to be, like I said, pretty hard for an overtake to be made on circuit. But it's looking relatively close between Ferrari and Red Bull in all the sectors. Ferrari are not absolutely miles quicker in all the sectors. I mean, Sector 2, to have a 2/10 of a second advantage over Red Bull is quite a good one, but 2/10 of a second is nothing absolutely massive. And in Sector 1, when you compare Leclerc and Perez, who was the quickest Red Bull, it's only a tenth of a second. So it's nothing massive, and it will definitely be a close fight between Ferrari and Red Bull today. For Mercedes, Sector 1, Lewis Hamilton's time was an absolute just godly time. And then Sector 2, they lost, compared to Ferrari and Red Bull, about 3-4 tenths of a second, or let's say 3 tenths of a second, compared to Red Bull and Ferrari. Just too much drag on their car for some reason. I don't know if that's because of the upgrade they've brought to this Grand Prix. It might be, because we have seen, we saw in Austria that in the sectors there where, where we had lots of straights in a certain sector, and it was Sector 1 at the Red Bull ring. Mercedes were just as quick as Red Bull and Ferrari, but in Sector 2, I know it was a bit longer by about 12 seconds than the Sector 1 at the Red Bull ring, but it is similar in that it's just flat out really, except for the chicane, and it's really about straight line speed, that sector. Mercedes are miles off in that sector, considering how simple it is. Again, 3/10 of a second. So I think Mercedes may have just gone a bit too far in the in terms of them setting the car up. I think they may have gone a bit too far in the direction of putting too much downforce on the car, which I understand why they may have done, to get a bit closer in, say, Sector 1 and Sector 3, but hasn't really worked out, that strategy anyway, because in Sector 3, you can see Lewis Hamilton is 0.6 of a second slower than Charles Leclerc in Sector 3 alone. That is night and day in Formula 1, to be 0.6 of a second slower than another car. They're not in the same league, pretty much, as Ferrari, or even Red Bull. They're still, 0.4 of a second slower than Red Bull in that sector, and both Mercedes cars are actually slower by a tenth of a second than the McLaren of Lando Norris. Shows you just how many or how much progress McLaren have made with their car. But yeah, Mercedes, I think, one, their car, no matter how they set their car up, and no matter what track it is, in the slower medium speed corners, which in Sector 3, there's like, how many of those? About 3 of them, and they're very important corners as well. They're not just simple Mickey Mouse corners. They're very important when it comes to your lap. Mercedes are just terrible in those type of corners, and that's a big reason why they were so slow in Sector 3. And also, I think obviously the lack of straight line speed they have probably didn't help at the start of Sector 3, because at the start of Sector 3, obviously you go through Turn 10, which is flat out, and then into Turn 11, which is obviously not flat out, but you're taking a lot of speed into that corner. But, yeah, Mercedes, where are they? Why are they so slow this weekend? I think 2 reasons. Like I said, the car fundamentally is not good enough, but secondly, they've put too much downforce on the car this weekend. Maybe that'll pay off in the race, because they'll be able to look after their tyres very well, and that will help in this race today and will be a big advantage for them. So maybe it will pay them back. But in terms of qualifying, yeah, it was definitely a poor decision. But mostly, it's down to the car fundamentally just not being good enough. I've got to say, though, McLaren, like I've been saying, definitely taken a big step forward. Lando Norris was, 0.3 of a second slower than Hamilton in Sector 1, but was pretty much on the pace of Russell in Sector 1. He was slower, but not by an absolute massive margin. And then Sector 2, this is the most pleasing thing to see with McLaren, is the pace McLaren had in Sector 2, where it is pretty much flat out. Because normally, in a sector like this, before their upgrades, they'd be far down where, say, Gasly, Schumacher, Latifi are. But to be only 0.5 slower than Mercedes in Sector 2, where it is, you know, just straights really with that chicane in the middle, is very, very impressive. And if they've now kind of solved their straight line speed problem, that will help them massively for the rest of the season. And then Sector 3, their pace is very good. Yeah, quicker than both Mercedes cars in Sector 3. Unfortunately, their race pace from what we saw on Friday is not good enough. It's not going to be good enough to hang on to the 2 Mercedes cars. But good news for McLaren is that this upgrade has definitely worked, because you can see it through all these sectors that they are definitely a lot better than they were, say, at a track like this. The last time we came to a track like this was when, say, the Spanish Grand Prix, and in Spain, they were nowhere near as quick as this compared to Mercedes. So, yeah, looking very good for McLaren. And also Daniel Ricciardo looking pretty decent in the sectors. I mean, Sector 1, yeah, he's losing 0.2 of a second, but that's not terrible. Sector 2 is doing okay enough and pretty well, I'd say, in Sector 2. The reason Ricciardo got knocked out, though, of Q2 was because of his Sector 3 time, where he was about 4.5 of a second slower than Norris. If he was about 0.2 of a second quicker in that sector, which he should be at least, which would have put him onto a 41.024, say, in Sector 3, then he would have made Q3 and probably would have ended up starting the race today from 8th rather than 9th. But, you know, it doesn't make a real big difference. But, yeah, McLaren looking good. The only other things to really note is Alex Albon's Sector 2 time, which does show that the Williams, down the straights is very, very quick. So look out for them today when it comes to overtaking. And Williams, with Albon in all the sectors, except for Sector 3, which, by no surprise, they're losing a lot of time there, because that's where downforce in Sector 3 is most important. In Sector 1 and Sector 2, they're lapping at pretty respectable they're doing pretty respectable pace. I mean, Sector 1, Albon is, only a tenth of a second slower than Ricciardo in the McLaren, and then in Sector 2 is quicker than all of the midfield teams, and almost as quick as Mercedes in Sector 2. But again, Sector 3 is where he was losing a lot of time. If Williams were about 2 or 3 tenths of a second quicker in that sector, they could have ended up being very close to getting into Q3 yesterday. The Williams are not too far away from being a good team again. They just need to find a bit extra, I think, going forward. But looking at these sectors, I think from qualifying, you'd have to say Ferrari were quickest, and then it was Red Bull second, Mercedes third, McLaren just behind fourth, and then probably Alpine fifth, and then sixth quickest, you'd have to say probably AlphaTauri. I've got to say, it's a big shame Pierre Gasly was so slow in Sector 2 and Sector 3, because his Sector 1 time was very, very good, especially compared to his teammate Tsunoda, who got through to Q3. Gasly obviously knocked down Q1, but Gasly was still 3 tenths quicker in Sector 1. Just shows you how quick Gasly could have been if he had got through Q3 himself. By the way, just to answer Medbrook's comment in chat, the race starts in, I think, an hour and 20 minutes from now. So, yeah, we are not too far away from the beginning of the Grand Prix. Let me get into the maximum speed data quickly. So, yeah, Red Bulls definitely have the best straight line speed. You can see that in all of the speed traps. They're top of all of them. The main speed trap on the far left-hand side, which I think that speed trap is either, I'm trying to think where it is. It's either right before that chicane on the Mistral Straight, or it's right before turn 10. But anyways, Red Bull, yeah, but going at about 340 kilometers an hour. And even though Ferrari have got that slimmer rear wing, which they've had on their car now for a few races, which has helped them with their straight line speed, Red Bull still 6 kilometers an hour faster than Ferrari in the main speed trap, and that is a big difference to have. And then, yeah, with Mercedes, like I was saying, I think they did probably put a bit too much downforce on their car. Maybe that was, again, it could have been the setup, it could have been their new upgrades, but whatever it is, they've got now too much drag on their car, because Lewis Hamilton was lapping, or not lapping, I need to stop saying that when it comes to this speed trap stuff. Lewis Hamilton was 10 kilometers an hour slower in the main speed trap. That is a massive gap. That is a massive, massive gap to have from one manufacturer to another. And even Russell, the fastest Mercedes works car in the main speed trap, was still, 7 kilometers an hour slower, which is, again, still a pretty big gap. So, yeah, Mercedes, I don't know what they've done, but they've got too much drag on their car for whatever reason. My guess is that it is a setup thing rather than an upgrade type issue. For McLaren, looking at them quickly, McLaren's speed trap or pace in the speed trap isn't actually that great. It is closer to, say, the Ferrari powered cars above them than it was previously. They're not as slow as they would be, but it's still not great. They're still, I mean, compared to the Red Bulls, they're 8 kilometers an hour slower. So their pace in Sector 2 was actually really, really good, despite their lack of straight line speed in comparison. But when you compare them to, say, the Ferrari works cars, they're only, a couple kilometers an hour at most off of that, or 3 kilometers an hour, pretty much, off the speed of the Ferrari works team, which is pretty good, because at times this season we've seen it be like 7 to 10 kilometers an hour. So McLaren have seemingly got a bit closer to other manufacturers and teams on the grid when it comes to straight line speed, which is good to see. And in the finish line speed trap, McLaren doing pretty well in that as well. And yeah, Red Bull very fast when it came to the finish line, even though there shouldn't be a massive difference between all of the teams. Red Bull still have like a 3 km/h difference between them and the rest. I've got to say, though, quickly, and I know I've already pointed this out before, and this is a big reason why this certain team is so bad, but Aston Martin, they've had this problem for so long. They just have no straight line speed. They've had this since the very start of the season. Again, the main speed trap, 10 km/h off. And then even with the finish line, they're but what, 6 km/h off. It's so embarrassing how far off they are down the straights. I just don't understand how a team like Williams, and even at times a team like Mercedes, is able to put in good, respectable speeds in the speed trap data, but Aston Martin are consistently at the bottom, and they always have been. So yeah, I just don't understand how they are still consistently this bad when it comes to this. But let's now get into the race pace and long run data from Friday. You guys will be very interested to see this, because it does point to a pretty clear pecking order in terms of who will have the quickest cars out the front four teams in this Grand Prix. So we'll first start with comparing Max Verstappen's long run pace to Charles Leclerc's. So you can see Verstappen, after he did some what do you call it, short fuel runs in practice 2, between lap 6 and lap 9, you can then see on lap 10, Max Verstappen here pitted, and then obviously did an out lap, and then between lap 12 and lap 16, he did some long fuel runs. Obviously in lap 15, he had, I think, a bit of a slower lap, which I think may have been a mistake. It may have just been him, though, just getting out of the way of another car, but was lapping consistently in the 1:37s, and between, say, a 1:37.7 and a 1:37.9, it looks as though, I mean, his first time that he did a 1:37.3, I don't think was quite what he'll be able to manage, or what he was able to manage consistently with his long runs on Friday. But it looked as though he was able to do consistently between a 1:37.7 and a 1:37.9 or a 38.0 in his long runs. But when we look at Charles Leclerc, there is quite a big difference, between Red Bull and Ferrari. So again, remember, Verstappen in the 37s, Leclerc, so he started doing his long runs. He pitted on lap 11, and then did his out lap on lap 12, and then did his long runs from lap 13 to lap 21, and actually did a few more laps with his tyres. I will say that I don't actually know what tyres all the drivers were on when they did their longer runs, but you can see Charles Leclerc is consistently, except for that first lap where he does a 1:37.5, is consistently lapping in the 1:38s, and then even drops off into the 1:39s for 3 laps, and then gets back into the 1:38s again. And when you compare that to the 4 or 5 laps, or no, the 4 laps that Max did, obviously Max lapping in the 1:37s. So Red Bull are not just quicker when it comes to race pace, they are miles quicker, because let's say Verstappen on average is doing a 1:37.8 or something like that. On average, Leclerc here is probably doing a 1:38.5 maybe on average, because of the 1:39s obviously he does on lap 17, 18 and 19. So Red Bull are not just quicker, they're miles quicker. We're talking not even 3 or 4 tenths of a second. We're talking 7 or 8 tenths of a second. Close to 1 second per lap, the difference between Red Bull and Ferrari. So Red Bull, they're not just, a tad quicker like we see a lot of times with the race pace when hold on a minute, let's just read out this comment. Tharu says he was behind an Alpine while doing the 39s. I don't know if that's confirmed, but if that is the case, that still doesn't necessarily matter that much, because when he was doing the 39s, he didn't really, when he got back to the 38s, he didn't really improve that much. When again, Max Verstappen is lapping in the 37s and Leclerc lapping in the 38s. But let's say between lap 17 and 20 when he was doing the or lap 17 and 19 when he was doing those 139s, let's eliminate those, and let's say he did a 138.7 if he was not in traffic or in a slight bit of traffic. He's still lapping quite a bit slower than Max Verstappen in the Red Bull. Again, not 3 or 4 tenths. We're looking more at 6, 7, 8 tenths of a second, the difference between Red Bull and Ferrari. So Red Bull, without a doubt, have the advantage when it comes to race pace over Ferrari. And it's going to be tough for Leclerc to keep ahead of Red Bull today. Because if this is a consistent pattern that we will see today, with Red Bull lapping much quicker on heavier fuel, then I just don't see how Ferrari can stay ahead for the entire Grand Prix. I just don't see how that is going to happen. So Red Bull, again, clearly faster than Leclerc. Now, if we look at Mercedes and compare their race pace to Ferrari, it's not actually that bad. So lap 17, Hamilton pits and then does his outlap on lap 18, and then does 4 laps here from lap 19 to lap 22 of a 38.7, 38.7, and 39.0, 39.0. So on average, he's doing like a 138.8 or something, or 138.9. When if you look at Ferrari, they are lapping probably on average quicker with their lap times, but it's not a massive difference. It's more, I mean, obviously in qualifying, Ferrari were about a second quicker than Mercedes, but when it comes to race pace, it looks as though, in comparison, it looks as though Ferrari are probably 3, 4, 5 tenths of a second quicker. So Mercedes have definitely got good race pace compared to their qualifying pace, but it is still not good enough for them to fight with Ferrari and Red Bull. So that is why I say that, you know, Mercedes will have better pace today in comparison to everybody else that they showed yesterday, but they will have to hope for something bad to happen to one of the top 3, because they still don't have the pace to really fight with Leclerc, Verstappen, or Perez in their cars. But at least the pace is quite a bit better on heavier fuel than it was with lower fuel in qualifying yesterday. By the way, to answer Dane's comment, yes, this is a continuity stream. I will be live for another 4 hours pretty much. So yeah, we're gonna be live for a while, and obviously the race starts in an hour and 6 minutes, I think, from now. So I'll make sure to get the timer back on screen so you guys know how long there is to go before the Grand Prix. But one last thing I want to get into is just illustrating and confirming, in case anyone was considering McLaren possibly fighting with Mercedes today, because obviously Lando Norris is splitting the 2 Mercedes on the grid. That will not be happening, because yeah, Hamilton on average doing like a 138.8 or 138.9. When if we look at Lando Norris's lap times between laps 16 and 20, he is lapping consistently on the uninterrupted laps that he's doing in the 139s, and is doing on average probably like a 139.5, 139.6 at best. Yeah, the McLaren a few tenths of a second slower than Mercedes, so Mercedes will have no trouble against McLaren today. And one final thing to look at in regards to McLaren is what will the pace be from Alpine, because I actually did notice when I brought this up from Leclerc, you could see Alonso's data here with his longer runs, and you look at Alonso here in the centre, Alonso was consistently lapping in the 139s and actually doing a lower 139. So Alonso and Alpine might actually have better race pace than McLaren do, which is very good news for them. Because if Russell can get past Norris straight away, then Alonso, who is, obviously we know, very good at the starts of Grand Prix, can get straight after Lando Norris in the McLaren. So it should be Red Bull really should win the race today on pure pace. If I quickly go back to them. Yeah, Red Bull should win the race today. They've got the best race pace out of anyone by quite a distance. Ferrari will be probably the second fastest team. The Mercedes will be clearly third. And then probably for fourth and fifth fastest teams, it will be probably Alpine and McLaren on the same kind of pace, if not Alpine a tad quicker than McLaren. So that is what the race pace for the top 5 teams is looking like going into this French Grand Prix. Now, I'll reset that timer quickly. And let me quickly get up how long we actually have left until the race begins. And there you go. So we've got about an hour and 3 minutes to go until the race begins. And guys, in the live chat, let me know, because of the race pace data I just showed you, who do you think is going to win the race today, finish on the podium, and give me your top 5 race prediction for the Grand Prix today. And I'll make sure to read it out when I can in the next hour or so. And also give me your comments in regards to just how you think in general the teams will do today, especially the top teams, you know, Red Bull, Ferrari, Mercedes, and to a certain degree, McLaren as well. Let me know in the live chat, and I'll make sure to get to your comments straight away, or as soon as I can. But obviously, there is a lot going on. I'm just going to have a quick look on Twitter to see if there's any news quickly. And by the way, one thing I did forget to mention, obviously about the man on screen, Lewis Hamilton. Lewis Hamilton, today, it is his 300th Grand Prix, or his 300th race start. So he will be looking to at least get a podium in this Grand Prix. And it wouldn't be bad to see him on the podium, considering that, you know, how much he's done for Formula One, how great he's been. And, yeah, to get to 300 races and be as successful as he has been in those 300 races is just a absolutely magnificent achievement. Just wanted to read out on Twitter quickly, though. A couple things. One thing is that Nico Rosberg, I just seen, also thinks that Max Verstappen is going to win the race. And also Sky Germany reporting that they have acquired information that today is the last French Grand Prix at Paul Ricard for the foreseeable future. And that talks for the Monaco Grand Prix, in that continuing, is ongoing. So if the race is really great today, then do cherish it or savor it to a certain extent, because we might not be coming back to France for a few years. And yeah, I'll let you guys post your comments in chat as in regards to who you guys think is going to finish where, and make sure to give me your predictions in the chat. I'll let you guys know mine. So I think it'll be Verstappen winning, Perez second, Leclerc third, Hamilton fourth, Russell fifth, and then Carlos Sainz I'll go in sixth place. That's what I think will happen today in France. Let me know if you agree or if you disagree. Post your predictions in the live chat. But we'll quickly go on to McLaren, and then I'll come to you guys in a second. McLaren, great qualifying for them. Lando Norris up in P5, and the McLaren car with the new side pod design that you can see beautifully right there. is working a lot better and has definitely improved by 3 or 4 tenths of a second. It looks as though they've improved by in comparison to them and, say, the front of the field. They're definitely a lot closer than they were. Even, at the last Grand Prix or even a few Grand Prix ago, they've definitely made a good step up in comparison to the rest of the field. And today, McLaren, in terms of finishing in the points, they should be fine. I think Lando Norris, as long as he doesn't get a terrible start, will finish in P7. And then for Daniel Ricciardo should beat Tsunoda, because Tsunoda, I don't think, will have quite enough pace in the Grand Prix to hang on to where he's going to, or to where he's starting the Grand Prix up in 8th place. I don't think Tsunoda will be able to hang on to that throughout the Grand Prix. And McLaren, as we saw 2 weeks ago in Austria, their race pace does tend to be pretty consistent and pretty strong. So it will be a double points finish for McLaren, and I think it will be 7th and 9th for the McLaren team. And even if Alpine can finish like 8th and 10th with their cars, that's, if McLaren gets 7th and 9th, obviously, that's them outscoring Alpine and brings them a slight few points ahead of the Alpine team in that battle for 4th place in the Constructors' Championship. So as long as McLaren outscore Alpine, that should be good enough. But the best thing really to see is that McLaren are getting there. They're improving their car and they are slowly getting there. And I think next weekend especially, we might see something quite special from the McLaren team, because the Hungaroring next weekend, obviously it's the Hungarian Grand Prix next weekend, they should have a very good car for that track. And with these new upgrades that have clearly worked, I'm very interested to see where they'll be next weekend and how close they'll be to even the front two teams in Hungary, especially in qualifying. So let's hope McLaren have a good day today. But guys, let me know again in the chat how you think the top 4 teams are going to do today and how you think it's going to play out, and give me your top 5 race prediction for the Grand Prix today, and I'll make sure to read out as many of them as I can before the race gets going, so post them in the live chat. If you are new to the channel though, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this, because we do qualifying and race watch-alongs for every Grand Prix in 2022, so make sure to subscribe to the channel. And for everyone watching, don't forget to smash the like button and share this video and channel everywhere you can for more, or to help out the channel growing. And as well, don't forget to follow me on Twitter at Chaz HD5. In regards to Nib, or Niblo, my co-commentator, I have a sneaky suspicion that he might be asleep. I'm not sure he will come on. But he's still got time. He's got, 56, 55 minutes? I mean, as long as he joins in the next 45, 50 minutes, then if he is asleep at the moment, then that'd be, good enough. So, yeah, we'll see. But obviously, he does live in Australia, completely different time zone. So if he has overslept, then I'm not going to be, that disappointed, because I think when the race begins in an hour, it'll be, 1 a.m., 2 a.m. in Melbourne, where he lives. So, yeah, I'm not exactly going to be that harsh when it comes to him if he does oversleep. But, yeah, I do have a feeling that he is asleep at the moment. But let's hope that he does show up. As Rook says, lightweight. Nah, I wouldn't say lightweight. I think, to be honest, he does pretty well considering his time zone, because not only does he stay up to watch like F1 and joins us for these streams, but also all the sport Niblo watches is European, so he's constantly on that European time schedule, so he's constantly up during the night. And obviously when there's no or there's a slight break in the European sport action, then I think he tries to get back more so onto an Australian time schedule. So yeah, it is pretty hard for him, but with him being a Liverpool fan as well, and obviously their matches, a lot of the time for him start at like midnight or 3 a.m., 4 a.m., and sometimes even at like 6, 7 a.m., it is pretty hard for him. So I don't really, can't really complain about him, because I don't think I would have the same commitment, to be honest, if I was living in Australia. Anyway, let's read out your comments in the chat, and make sure to post them in chat now so I can get them read out. And morning or good afternoon to you all. Josiah says, Lewis to win his 300th. You heard it here first. That would be certainly a big deal if he was to do that, but I don't think that's possible, really. Hello to Ewok as well in the chat. Alex asks, when will Lewis win one? I think there's a... The thing is, though, because of their performance this weekend, it's kind of dampened my spirits as to, can Mercedes actually join Red Bull and Ferrari in contending for a race win or race wins between now and the end of the season, because their performance this weekend has been just extra bad than what we expected. But I did have a lot of hope for next weekend, because the Hungaroring is Lewis's best track in F1. I think he's got like 8 victories around that track. And the Mercedes car will definitely be a lot better suited to that track. Plus, it's a shorter lap, so the gaps will be closer, and he'll be able to get closer to Ferrari and Red Bull. So I was hoping next weekend we might be able to see Lewis Hamilton properly fight for victory, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what he's like in practice, but maybe next weekend. If it's not next weekend, though, then he'll probably have to wait until either a wet race sometime between now and the end of the season, or the only other race I think where Mercedes could be contenders for victory is probably the Japanese Grand Prix at Suzuka, because of how fast that circuit is. And yeah, in the fast corners, the Mercedes car is very, very good. So yeah, we'll see what happens with that, and whether Merc can maybe win a Grand Prix this season. Scott McDonald says, in a flat-out right-hander, Ferrari went through that 4 mile an hour faster than Hamilton or Russell. That's massive. It is. It absolutely is. And I think there was someone actually in the chat who, I don't know if they said it in like a declaration as to this is actually the case. I'll move on, by the way, from these pictures and throw up the watch-along pictures that you'll see later on. There you go. Someone in my chat yesterday said that Lewis Hamilton was running a higher downforce package. Now, I don't know if that is true, or if both cars were running a higher downforce package than what they maybe would run. But if that is true, then that explains why they were so slow in Sector 2. Because if they were running a bit less downforce, they may have not still been any... I mean, Russell would have definitely beaten Norris to 5th place, but they wouldn't have been necessarily that much higher up the field if they took off a bit of wing off their car. JS says Ferrari will win. Well, we'll see about that. Nello Angelo says, thanks for the excellent live streams and the information, Chazza. No problem. And Nello also gives their prediction for the race, which is Max to win from Leclerc, Hamilton, Sainz, Russell, Alonso, Norris. And says also would love if Alonso could get a win. Scott McDonald says Leclerc, Sainz, Verstappen, Hamilton, Russell. I think you're overestimating massively how quick Ferrari have been at times this weekend, because I don't think Sainz is going to come from 19th and finish second. I mean, he might do if there's a safety car at the right time, but yeah, if there's no safety cars, he should finish in 6th if there's no problems for the top 5 that I expect it to be, which is obviously Leclerc, or Verstappen, Perez, Leclerc, and the two Mercedes. Alex says Verstappen, Perez, Alonso, for the top 3. That would be a big surprise if Alonso got the podium. It would be great though for the home crowd, obviously the French crowd, that haven't had a lot to cheer about this weekend. Obviously, Ocon and Gasly have been quite disappointing with their performance in qualifying, so we'll see what they can do in the race. Rooksfoot says, if it's replaced with a purpose-built track, well, okay, but if it's just replaced with a street track, hell no. And getting rid of Monaco is heresy, yeah. If they replace Paul Ricard with Kyalami, which is the South African Grand Prix, which I think we can pretty much say is going to be on the calendar, whether it's next year or the year after, then I have no problem with that, because Kyalami is a great track. But, yeah, if they replace it with another street track, then, I mean, who cares? They're not going to make... I mean, if you're going... That's the most important thing. If you're going to replace a Grand Prix on the calendar, that's fine, but try and replace it with a Grand Prix that could be better and more exciting than the one you're replacing. For example, Kyalami could be a better track, and probably will be a better track for racing than Paul Ricard is, because there's a better flow, some unique corners in certain aspects, and it really could be a better track for racing. But if they just replace it with a 90-degree or a street circuit with about 30 90-degree corners, then what's the point? That would be just terrible. And that's why the possibility of Spa, the Spa-Francorchamps circuit, obviously that hosts the Belgian Grand Prix, that being took off the calendar would be such a travesty, because there is no circuits on the calendar, or that are not on the calendar, that are better than Spa. Spa is probably the best racetrack in the world. You could argue Silverstone and Suzuka, but I think Spa is the best racetrack on the planet. And maybe you could argue the Nürburgring, the Nordschleife, not the Grand Prix track. But I think Spa-Francorchamps is the best circuit. The reason is because it tests the car in all aspects. You need, obviously, a lot of power, and it really does test out that. And for drivers, obviously, tests out your overtaking ability, because there's plenty of places at Spa to overtake, and also tests out the driver's pure skill through the middle sector there at Spa, and tests out how good the cars are aerodynamically, grip-wise, in that middle sector as well. It's the ultimate challenge, especially in the wet. So, yeah, I don't think there could be a Grand Prix to replace that one. Renars Clavin says, my top 5 race prediction is Leclerc, Verstappen, Perez, and then Hamilton and Russell for the top 5. Bully Pulpit says, using a test track for a Grand Prix, might as well use a car park. Yeah, I think with Paul Ricard, that's a big reason why why this track doesn't really work for racing, is because it is used so often, and the grip of the track is always in great condition, and it's not really that difficult to drive a racing car around Paul Ricard, because again, the track always has a lot of grip. It's not really that bumpy. The track is very smooth compared to most tracks on the calendar. And all of the drivers have, plenty of experience of this track, not even just from F1. So, yeah, it's not great, that. Labgura says, I think Verstappen and Perez pass Leclerc, and if the Ferrari engine holds, he'll finish 3rd. Dane says, I predict both Red Bulls crash. Hamilton 2nd, no chance Hamilton winning. Ferrari are fast. And also says, you said Hamilton best track is Hungary. I thought Canada. He usually dominated in Canada. Yeah, Canada is also one of his best tracks, but Hungary, I think he's a bit more consistently great at Hungary than he is in Canada. He has had a couple Canadian Grand Prix here or there where he's not been at his absolute best, like 2018, even though he had a few problems that weekend with, I think, he had brake problems and an engine problem that weekend, but he still wasn't really on top form. And then there was one in 2014 with Rosberg, where before, I think the Mercedes car started to lose power with both cars. He wasn't maybe as quick as you would have expected. And then there was that 2011 race, the classic wet race, where he, was pretty poor in that Grand Prix in terms of how he performed. But Hungary, if you look at how Lewis has performed at the Hungarian Grand Prix, I cannot, maybe except for the 2015 race where he was pretty clumsy in that race, and that's what led to him finishing 6th that day when it should have been probably a 3rd or a 2nd. Except for that race, he's been pretty great at the Hungaroring. He's put in many great performances there, really, since the start of his F1 career. So yeah, I'd have to say the Hungaroring is his best track that he's ever raced at. 4 Miller says, my top 3 race-affecting variables, Paul Ricard, with these temperatures: tyre wear, power unit reliability, and tyre wear. Ewok says, I'd rather have 2 Monaco races. I'm not sure about that, but yeah. Dane says, I don't know why Saudi Arabia is such a hated track. The track is not hated, it's the country that people hate. It's not the track. The track layout is actually, I think, really good. I think it's a really good racetrack. The problem is, we shouldn't be racing in Saudi Arabia because of the way the country is, and also with the way they're sports washing their way, or sports washing away their human rights abuses. So yeah, that's the problem everyone has with Saudi Arabia. The track's fine. I think if you look at all the street tracks on the calendar, it's probably one of the better ones on the calendar. It's got some very good high-speed sections, that circuit, and the race we had there this year was really exciting. One of the best races of the year. Vlad says the races have been entertaining, but the safety and country are questionable. Yeah, exactly. Tharu says, I think Leclerc will make a mistake today. The Ferrari is way too oversteery for this circuit. He should be fine. Like I said, this track's not that hard for the drivers. It's not like a proper test like Silverstone is, or even the Hungaroring, which obviously a lot tighter of a track, and the walls and the grass and the gravel a lot closer to the drivers than it is here at Paul Ricard, where, yeah, if you hit the wall here at Paul Ricard, you have to literally achieve that type of thing, as it's so far away. Vinster says, check it in, ready for a Red Bull 1-2 today. Flad says, Lewis is great at Hungary until Fernando shows up. Yeah, Alonso also is very quick around that track. I'm very interested to see what he does next weekend. Jerson says, I hope Ferrari don't crash up this time. Staz, what is your opinion on the Sochi circuit? I am happy that it's gone. Not just because of the country. Obviously, there was no way we could keep the Russian Grand Prix on the calendar. To be fair, we should have never gone there in the first place, because Russia have kind of done the same thing with the whole sports washing stuff in recent years. But the track was terrible. I know last year we had the best Grand Prix of the year, but that was because of the rain. If it wasn't for the rain, it would have been a decent, at best, Grand Prix. That track is absolute cancer. The only good corners are, turn 3, and maybe a couple corners in the final sector. Every other corner is awful. 90-degree left, 90-degree right, 90-degree left, 90-degree right. It just doesn't end. It is such a bad track. Thank God it's gone. And thank God it will never be on the calendar again, because it's a terrible racetrack. It really, really is. Astro Stevo, great to see you, mate. Says Heat and Fragile Ferraris do make a good mix. Worried for them. By the way, Astro, not now, but when I come to the end of my stream today, which is still not for another like 3.5 hours, if you have Discord, make sure to message me, because I need to talk to you about something. It's nothing bad, so don't worry about that, but there is something I need to talk to you about. And great to see you, by the way, here. Lab Gorilla says, hello everyone listening to Chazza whilst making lasagna today. Good for you. Hi, hold on. KG says, yes, high heat with a chance of rockets. And let's see if there's any other comments I've missed. I don't think so. In the chat, as Ewok says, I really like the Russian Grand Prix. Yeah, I mean, the last couple races there, what do you call it? But yeah, the last couple races. Hold on, Asterisk says I don't have Discord. Oh, okay. That's okay. Don't worry about it. Yeah, the last couple races in Russia weren't actually that bad. The 2020 race wasn't too bad. I thought it was a decent race. The 2021 race obviously was great, but like I said, the rain helped with that massively. But it was just a really bad track. Dane says the COTA races have been amazing. It's just a lot of runoff areas and the track limit. The reason why people hate the COTA track. I don't know why people dislike that track so much. I think it's one of the best tracks we've had on one of the best new tracks we have added to the calendar in the last decade. It's been such a great track. We've had so many great races there. The first Grand Prix we had there was great. 2014 and 15, we had great races there and great battles between Hamilton and Rosberg, I remember. And then since like 2017, we've not had a bad race there. 2016 was good, but it wasn't, I wouldn't say a great race, that 2016 US Grand Prix. But I can't really, when I look back, remember a race from that track and think, yeah, that was terrible. I don't think we've really had that at all. Anyway, what I'm going to do quickly, before I move on with the rest of the teams, is I'm going to quickly rename the stream to race Watchalong, and also post a link out a couple more times. So do bear with me, guys, for a couple minutes, and then I'll move on to the rest of the teams, as we've only got 36 or 35 minutes to go until the race starts. So yeah, just bear with me a minute whilst I get all of this ready. And let me just post the link out on Twitter, and then we'll move on to the midfield. A very close and competitive midfield here in France. And just got to do these last couple hashtags and we'll get going. And yeah, there you go. So, yeah, we'll move on to the rest of the teams, and I will keep you updated as well as to whether Nib is going to join me. My expectation at the moment is that he probably won't, because I haven't heard anything from him, and we've got only 35 minutes to go. But you know, we'll see. We've still got another probably 30 minutes until he needs to join. So he might still join in time. Hopefully he does. Anyway, let's move on with the rest of the teams. And let's go to Alpine. Alpine had a good qualifying, but it wasn't as great as it could have been. I think Esteban Ocon's performance was quite disappointing. He should have been really in the top 10. Got to say, though, he's never really been that great here at Paul Ricard as Ocon. Last year wasn't that quick, and even in 2018 he was quite slow, so it's never been a great track for him, unfortunately. But he does have a good position for the race of P10, so he should be fine, and he should nick a point or two from this Grand Prix. The man to look out for, obviously, for Alpine is Fernando Alonso, starting in P7. His fight today is with Lando Norris, and as long as he can beat Norris today, then that is, as that's the best job really he can do, and hope that something happens to the top 3 teams ahead of him on the grid, and maybe something happens to Carlos Sainz that prevents him coming through the field. So, as I showed earlier in the stream, Alpine have got the pace to fight with McLaren. Alonso was lapping, by the looks of it, on average quicker than Norris with his long race runs on Friday. So the pace is there. It's just whether Alonso can get close enough to Lando, I think, on the first lap, because Lando obviously has a Mercedes in between him and Alonso. So obviously, if Alonso gets his typical great starts, he should be absolutely fine to battle away in today's French Grand Prix. But Alpine should, at worst, get a double points finish from this race. Right. That's great to hear. Nib will be on. He just woke up. He says he'll be on in about 10 minutes. That's good. Hold on. Just had a weird notice on my YouTube streaming thing that YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. I don't quite know why that is. Let me know in the chat if you're getting any buffering at all. My stream is working fine, so yeah. Let me know if there's any buffering. If it's all fine like it normally is, then just let me know in the chat. But yeah, I'll get Nib on in a minute. Anyway, let's go through the rest of the teams. Alfa Romeo, they have a good starting position for the Grand Prix. Valtteri Bottas starts in P11. We know the Alfa Romeo race pace is very good. I mean, last Grand Prix in Austria, even though he started from the pit lane, Bottas was very close to getting into the points still by the end of the Grand Prix, and was in the points until Alonso overtook him on the final lap. So we know Alfa Romeo have got the pace. And if there is any team outside the top 10 that could put themselves not just in the top 10, but firmly in the top 10, it is probably Valtteri Bottas in the Alfa Romeo. So look out for Bottas. I'm expecting some good pace from him. Zhou Guanyu, unfortunately, is down in 16th place. That's a disappointment for him. He should have definitely been a bit quicker and closer to teammate Bottas in qualifying, but he can still come through from there to get maybe a point. Like I said, Alfa Romeo have got good race pace, and we've seen Zhou have some decent race performances in the last few Grand Prix. So we know what he can do, and we know he can do a bit better than what he did in qualifying. Lav Gorilla says, Nib just woke up. What country is he in? He's in Australia. He's in Melbourne, Australia. He doesn't live too far away from the actual Grand Prix track. Does Nib. What was I going to do? I was going to move on with the rest of the midfield. What I'll do, I think, is I'll do the rest of the midfield, and then I'll bring Nib on in about 5 minutes or so. Haas F1, disappointing for them, where they're starting from, because Kevin Magnussen was so quick in qualifying. He was consistently up in like 7th or 8th place through Q1 and Q2, and even in practice as well. Haas were looking very, very quick, but because of his penalty, he starts at the very back. We'll see if he can do anything from the very back, but I don't think Haas will have quite enough pace to come through from there to do anything in the Grand Prix in terms of scoring points. And Mick Schumacher is starting 17th, I think, so yeah, I think Haas are just too far back on the grid, and I don't think they'll have quite enough pace to be up in the top 10. But they have got next weekend their big upgrade coming, so they should be looking good next weekend, and we'll see how they do. Next up, AlphaTauri. Pierre Gasly had a very poor qualifying. As I showed in the sector data, Gasly was 0.3 quicker than Tsunoda in the first sector, but then just terribly slow in Sector 2 and Sector 3. I don't know why that is. Maybe they put too much downforce on Gasly's car. Maybe that's why he was so slow in Sector 2, but Gasly should have been in the top 10. He was consistently up there throughout practice, so there was no reason for him to be down in 16th in Q1. But starts 14th, which is not too bad, and he can still come through from there to maybe grab a point. But I think with AlphaTauri, with them, if you look at this season, normally when they get a points finish, it's after having a good qualifying session. So, yeah, I'm not sure they'll be, with Gasly, really making too much progress through the field. But Yuki Tsunoda, obviously, what a performance he put in to finish in 8th place, but I don't think he'll hang on to that. Obviously, Carlos Sainz will overtake him and come through the field, and I think Ricciardo and Ocon behind him will probably beat him. So I don't think Tsunoda will finish in the points. If he does, though, it would be a fantastic performance and a fantastic weekend. So if he can do that, that would be absolutely fantastic. And yeah, that would represent, I mean, when you think back to a year ago where he was so bad, or AlphaTauri, and he made that really embarrassing mistake in qualifying, you know, it would represent a big step forward for him, which is would be good to see from him. Next up is Aston Martin. I've got to say, considering how bad Aston Martin's car is, their grid position is really, really good. 12th and 15th. We know they've got good race pace. We've seen this all season long, even 2 weeks ago in Austria. Despite being, was it 18th and 20th were they on the grid for last weekend's Grand Prix? Or they were on the Friday qualifying, I think 18th and 20th, and they were really slow in Silverstone and Canada as well in qualifying. We saw on those weekends, in the Sunday races, they were very quick, and I think in the British Grand Prix, finishing the points. So they might be in for a points finish today. Sebastian Vettel has been driving his socks off this weekend, been very, very quick, and for him to be in the top 12 on the starting grid is a very good thing for him. But I just don't think the Aston Martin right now is quick enough to see him be up in, up in 9th or 10th place, even with him starting P12. Obviously, Carlos Sainz from the back, he will come through the field. That would put him down a position. So, yeah, I think, I just don't think the Aston Martin is quick enough right now, and I just don't think he'll have enough pace. But if teams are struggling a bit more than expected with the tyres, which I think they're going to struggle a lot anyway, then might play into Aston Martin's hands, because they do look after tyres very, very well. And finally is Williams. Alex Albon is starting 13th. Great position for him. We know how great he is at looking after tyres and how great Williams are looking after tyres. And that will be a very important thing today, as we know. So look out for Alex Albon in this Grand Prix today. We might see, if there is a surprise point scorer, he might just be the one who is the surprise. And I don't think he has that bad of a chance, honestly, at finishing the points. Nicholas Latifi obviously starts 18th. He qualified last. Latifi, though, did have a steering problem in qualifying that, what do you call it? Hold on, I was just reading a comment there in the chat that distracted me. With Latifi, he had a steering problem where the steering was not, I think, center on the car, so he lost, I think, like a second per lap. I was just reading out this comment from Flad. He said, Chazza or Rooks, whoever has the Discord ownership, you need to hide the server settings from the default role. You can literally steal it with only a point text doc right now. Let me hold on. Let me quickly go into my Discord a sec. Nib, if you're listening, I will bring you on in a second and join the Discord call. Just hold on a second. I don't even know how you hide the server settings, to be honest. Let me have a quick look. No, I have no idea. Thanks for bringing that to my attention, Vlad. I will, after the stream today, I'll probably just Google, how to hide the server settings. So thank you for letting me know about that. I will say, when it comes to Discord, I am very bad at it. I don't spend all of my, time on Discord. I know a lot of people do, and it's used by like millions of people. So yeah, I wouldn't say I'm particularly great at it. So thanks for letting me know about that little issue. But let me now bring in, or in a second, let me bring in Nib. I just got to get my headphones though quickly. So let me just do that. And I'll just quickly, oh God, that was my water bottle falling over, thankfully, with the lid on. Let me just quickly get these headphones on. And then bring in Nib in. Let me see if I can bring him in. And I think, can you hear me, Nib?
I sure can.
Right, there you go. I think you're on the stream now. Are you tired from your?
I am a bit tired. Yes.
I knew you were asleep, so don't worry about it. How are you?
Doing good. I have not been able to watch any of this weekend's action, which is very unlike me. So I'm excited to see if we have something a little bit different for the French Grand Prix than the usual, which of course is usually rubbish.
Yeah, it can be. I mean, last year's race was pretty good. So we can, hold out hope for that. But yeah, it's not been. I mean, the 2019 race was probably one of the worst races, I think, of all time. So let's hope we don't get anything like that. But the field we have this weekend, in comparison, is way more competitive than it was back then, where I think Mercedes had the front row locked out by like 6-7 tenths of a second. So yeah, I think it'll be a lot more competitive today. And we've got 21 22 minutes to go until the race begins, or the formation lap begins. So I've talked enough about what I think will happen. So yeah, I'll quickly ask you, what you think's gonna happen. Yeah, with Ferrari and Red Bull, obviously Leclerc on pole, with Sainz at the back, and Red Bull having, by the looks of it, as I've already showed in my stream, like a few minutes ago, or whatever it was, Red Bull looked to be a lot quicker on Friday with their race pace. Is it most likely going to be a Red Bull win because they've got the 2-on-1, and we know strategically they're much quicker and have got the quicker car? Maybe. I mean, maybe it'll be different today. You never know. Is there realistically any way do you think Ferrari can win today?
Yeah, I still think that Ferrari can win. I mean, say if this was before Canada, I mean, obviously it's not exactly relevant when they didn't have the new rear wing, then they'd stand absolutely no chance today. But yeah, I still think that Charles can win. I think that it not being as hot as it was predicted earlier in the week, because I think it's only going to be about 33 or something like that. I say only 33, of course. I think it was supposed to be 40
a week ago
for race day. Yeah, when the predictions first come out. So the forecast first come out. So yeah, I still think that Charles can win. of course, Red Bull are usually pretty good at double teaming. That's an odd way of putting it. The car that is in front of them. So yeah, I think I still think that Charles can win, but I ultimately do think that Verstappen will win, and then obviously followed off by probably Charles and then Perez. I think that Sainz can charge through the field. Probably finish in the top 5. But yeah, I don't think he'll be able to impact the top 3 unless there's safety cars which help that.
Yeah, if there's a safety car between, say, lap 30 and 40, then he'll probably play a role then. But, yeah, realistically, I mean, I said that I think he's going to finish in 6th, and yeah, 5th is probably the absolute best that we could see him in this race. And yeah, I think it'll be Verstappen winning, and I actually think it'll be Perez finishing 2nd because I think Red Bull will have the better pace, and also Perez, I think, will do very well in these type of conditions we have for the race, with it being so hot and tyre wear being so important, and we know that he's absolutely brilliant at that. And a couple more things. So with the midfield, McLaren looking definitely quite a bit quicker. I know Daniel Ricciardo obviously qualified 11th, but he starts 9th, where, I mean, if he got through to Q3, he probably would have qualified 8th or 9th anyway. So it's pretty much, where he would have ended up if he did get into the top 10. And that's a good, I think, position for him. And, Norris obviously starting up in 5th. It's good to see, isn't it, McLaren looking better, and hopefully this bodes well for the rest of the season.
It is much nicer to see, instead of Ricciardo, always giving us Ricciardo and Aussie fans heart attacks in Q1 when he's, sometimes a little bit close. So, yeah, it's nice to see that McLaren are a little bit more competitive, that the upgrades have worked. Because, they brought the most upgrades this weekend. So, yeah, it's good that they have worked. Hopefully that continues on to other Grand Prix as well. Jeez, and certainly looks a little bit hot in Le Castellet here, but I still think that that Norris will finish probably head of the midfield, and then followed by the biggest Chad in the world, Mr. Alonso.
Yeah. Fernando's been great this weekend, and it'll probably be, say, Norris 7th, Alonso 8th, something like that. But yeah, it is great to see McLaren a bit better, because I was getting a bit worried about them in the last 2 or 3 weekends, because even though they had a couple decent results still, Alpine were definitely performing better than them. So it's good to see that they've bounced back to a certain degree. The last thing I wanted to ask you about when it comes to the race, not really the race, but the race weekend. Obviously, you've not paid massive attention to the events this weekend, but are you surprised Mercedes are so slow? I mean, I didn't think they'd be as quick as some people on Twitter were claiming, where they were going to be fighting for victory. I thought that was absolute rubbish what people were talking about, but I didn't think they would be as slow as they are. It kind of feels, in a way, that they've took a step back again. Do you see it the same way?
Yeah, it feels like this nearly every weekend. Like, they're just super inconsistent on their pace compared to Ferrari and Red Bull. But I mean, typically, even when they've been slow in quali, like Austria, no, not like Austria, like at Silverstone, then they were still pretty quick in the race. So I think their pace will certainly be improved in the race. But yeah, I mean, I saw so many tweets of them saying that this is Mercedes' best chance to win this weekend.
No.
I mean, if they win, then I look like a bit of a tit, don't I, for making fun of this? But they certainly haven't been on the pace of the top 2.
No, they haven't. And I think the people who thought they were going to win this weekend, or said this was their best chance, just don't really pay that much attention to what actually matters, which is, I mean, I think the reason people were saying that is because they brought a couple upgrades this weekend, even though the upgrades weren't massive. But just because they bring upgrades doesn't mean the car's necessarily going to improve. This track it was not going to suit their car as well as the Red Bull Ring or Silverstone because of the slower corners. I mean, next weekend in Hungary, I think we could see something pretty good from them, but I just don't get why people have been... Because all I saw in the build-up to this Grand Prix on Twitter was people claiming that Mercedes are going to be, like, right there fighting for victory, and I was just looking at this like, are you mental? Like, no, this is not going to happen. Yeah, I don't really understand why people would jump into that conclusion, and it seemed to be purely because they were bringing an upgrade, even though the upgrade was nothing that big. I think the most worrying thing, though, for Mercedes this season, which might not be that big of a worry for next season, because I have a feeling they might go with a different car concept, but it does feel with Mercedes that no matter how many upgrades they put on this car, it just fundamentally will never be good enough for them. And I think that is down to the car concept. And then, actually, last couple things I'll ask you quickly before we get into the final, 12, 13 minutes or so, is what is your top 5 prediction? I mean, you've pretty much already given us the top 3. And how good of a race do you think this will be? Do you think we'll get something similar to last year, or will it be a boring Grand Prix?
Yeah, well, as you can tell, I've actually thought about my top 5, so I've been a bit more prepared than usual. So I think that Verstappen will win from Leclerc, then followed by Perez, and then I think it will be Hamilton, and then probably Russell. I do think that Mercedes will be a little bit quicker in the Grand Prix, so they'll finish ahead of Mr. Norris, who, if you're watching at home, you will see Mr. Norris on the screen with Mr. Lazenby and Johnny Herbert at the moment. Do I think it will be a good race? I mean, you'd hope so, especially with the added tyre wear that there's going to be, because it is a little bit hot. So I think you've got to hope that with Verstappen and Leclerc probably going head to head, that this race is going to be good. In turn 1, there's always a little bit of contact around, so further back there will probably be some contacts. So let's see what happens there at turn 1.
Yeah, we'll see. Hopefully we don't get anything like we had in 2018, where we had I think we had like 2 or 3 crashes, and that caused a lot of chaos and a lot of cars to fall out of the race or suffer damage and stuff like that. Hopefully we don't get anything like that. But really, if you look at the field and how close everyone is to each other in their respective fights, I think it will be a good Grand Prix to a certain extent. I don't think it'll be like a classic or a great race, but it will be, to a certain extent, a good Grand Prix, like probably a 6 out of 10, or a 6 to a 7 out of 10, probably, most likely. But let me know, guys, in the live chat, with just over 10 minutes to go in this build-up to the Grand Prix, and the formation lap beginning in about 11 minutes time, or 11 and a half minutes time. Let me know in the chat what your final race predictions are if you've not let me know already, and I'll make sure to read them out in the live chat. For everyone watching, don't forget to smash the like button and share this video and channel everywhere you can. And if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this. Obviously, we do racing qualifying watch-alongs for all the races in 2022, so it would be great to have you with us here. And let me have a quick look at the chat for a few comments. John Hawking says Max rams Leclerc off track at turn 1, lol. What side is pole position? Is it the left or the right?
I don't know, to be honest.
I think it's the left. Yeah, it's the left. I'm pretty sure it was. It was in 2018. Yeah, Leclerc will start on the left-hand side. It should be on the left-hand side because that's the racing line. So yeah, that's what it should be. Right, let's have a look in the chat quickly. Ewok, isn't Red Bull harder on their tyres than Ferrari? It seems to kind of like change at certain races. Certain times, yes, certain times, no. But based off what we saw from practice and the long runs, Red Bull looked a lot quicker. So, I don't know. Will Magnussen be able to follow Sainz through the field? Probably not. He might be able to grab a few positions in the race today, but I don't think K-Mag will have enough race pace to find his way up into the top 10. And Gasly seems off the boil this year. Car, I guess. It is the car to a certain extent, but I think also he is not quite performing at the level that he was at in 2021 or 2020. But the car definitely has contributed to that, because I think he said plenty of times the car is not consistent, or not as consistent as it was last year. And it's not like, I think like last year where he could just turn up at a Grand Prix and have all the confidence in the world in what his car was going to do. But he definitely hasn't performed as well this season as we know he can. But I think he hasn't been quite as bad as maybe others would say. John Hawking says he thinks it'll be Max, Leclerc, Perez, Ocon, Hamilton. Astro Stevo says it'll be Leclerc, Perez, Hamilton, Ricciardo, Sainz. Maybe Sainz will start on the hard tyre. That wouldn't be a bad strategy. I'd probably do that if I was Ferrari, just to get him as long into the race as possible and to try and overcut the midfield as much as he can. Vinster says Verstappen, Perez, Hamilton, Leclerc, Russell. Let's see if there's any others. If I can see if I can find any. No, I don't think I can at the moment. But if I haven't read out any predictions that you've posted in the chat, then make sure to just post them and I'll get to them. Last quick thing that I actually wanted to get into with you, Nib, is before I get into the final little stats and graphics before the race. It's been basically confirmed that this is the last race at Paul Ricard in France for pretty much the foreseeable future. What are your thoughts about that? And if it's replaced by the South African Grand Prix, are you that bothered, really?
No, it's a good thing if it gets replaced by the South African Grand Prix.
Yeah.
As far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. I said that, I think, right before you came on, that if they replace it with something like South Africa, then I have no problem with it. But if they replaced it with, I don't know, a street track in America, like Detroit or Dallas or something like that, then yeah, I'd probably have an issue with that. But I don't know. Looking a bit, looking a bit weird with the calendar for next year, because obviously we've got Qatar and Las Vegas. South Africa is possibly on the calendar next year, but might be actually on the calendar for 2024. And then there's the possibility of the Chinese Grand Prix. But I'm not sure the Chinese Grand Prix is actually going to happen, especially if they want it to happen in April of next year when it normally takes place. So that might mean that Spa might be saved for at least next year. But yeah, it's not looking absolutely solid as to what the calendar is next season. We'll see how that all shakes out, and I think the calendar gets confirmed in December. So yeah, let's hope that Spa is on the calendar. Anyway, let's get into the final few stats and stuff before we get into the French Grand Prix. So for Red Bull, they have won this Grand Prix. Max Verstappen and Red Bull won last year's French Grand Prix, a fantastic victory for them. Red Bull have only won, though, the French Grand Prix once with Max. In the other Grand Prix here at Paul Ricard, they only had one other podium in 2018. So it's not been a great circuit for them on a consistent basis. And they'll be looking, obviously, to make it a bit of a better record here today. Charles Leclerc does have one podium finish in France from 2019, and Ferrari have two podium finishes in France since 2018. Ferrari's last win in France was in 2008 with Felipe Massa that weekend, and that race was at Manicourt. It was 1-2 with Massa ahead of Raikkonen. And this team, Mercedes, have the best record, obviously, at the French Grand Prix since we started racing here again in 2018. Lewis Hamilton has won the French Grand Prix twice since 2018, and Hamilton has finished on the podium here at the French Grand Prix at every race he's done here in the country, except for 2008. So, in this country, has a pretty good record, and it is, of course, his 300th Grand Prix today, so let's see how he does on that special occasion. And let's quickly get into the championship standings to remind you guys of what's at play for today. Max Verstappen is leading Charles Leclerc by 38 points. You have to think if that Verstappen wins this Grand Prix that he'll absolutely seal the deal, really, in the championship. I still think pretty much it's over, but Ferrari and Leclerc still think they have a chance. In second place, Sergio Perez is now miles behind in third. Carlos Sainz is fourth. And then you've got George Russell just behind in P5. And then Lewis Hamilton in sixth. Lando Norris is seventh. Esteban Ocon is eighth with Valtteri Bottas ninth. Fernando Alonso is in P10. As in the Constructors' Championship, Red Bull are 56 points clear of Ferrari. And Mercedes are about 63, 66, I think, points behind Ferrari in the Constructors. So not a massive gap between all three teams respectively, but still comfortably in those positions for now. McLaren and Alpine locked on 81 points for fourth. That's a big battle to look out for today. Alfa Romeo still comfortably in P6, Haas in P7 now, AlphaTauri in 8th, Aston Martin 9th, and Williams in 10th. But let's now get on to the starting grid for today's 2022 French Grand Prix. So the front row, it is Charles Leclerc and Max Verstappen here in France. On the second row, it is Sergio Perez and Lewis Hamilton on, again, his 300th Grand Prix. The third row is an all-British third row of Lando Norris and George Russell. On the fourth row, it's Fernando Alonso and Yuki Tsunoda. Completing the top 10, it is Daniel Ricciardo and Esteban Ocon, obviously used to be teammates at Renault, who are now obviously Alpine. 11th and 12th, it's Valtteri Bottas and Sebastian Vettel looking to get a point or two here today. Alex Albon and Pierre Gasly line up in 13th and 14th. Obviously, both used to be Red Bull drivers. In 15th and 16th, it is Lance Stroll and Zhou Guanyu. On the penultimate row of the grid, it is Mick Schumacher and Nicholas Latifi. And then the two men who had penalties from qualifying, Carlos Sainz and Kevin Magnussen, line up at the very back of the grid. That is your starting grid for today's 2022 French Grand Prix. We'll get rid of this stuff now and get everything ready for the start of this Grand Prix. There obviously is the running order on the left-hand side. And I'll just adjust this picture a bit better. And a reminder that it is a 53-lap Grand Prix. And it should be, in terms of the tyres that people are starting on, it should be everybody pretty much on the medium or the hard. Mostly on the medium, I would guess. As on the F1 broadcast, they're just going through the starting grid now. Any news, Nib, that you can see about starting tyres or no?
I have not seen anything yet.
Right. Like I said, I think you'll probably see the top 10 on the medium, and then go for it.
We've got all drivers on mediums except for Bottas, Gasly, and Sainz on hards.
Right. So I'll quickly do that. Well, I'll quickly try and get a few of the tyres confirmed. So obviously, as Nib said, only 3 drivers on the hard compound tyre, and we'll see how that pays off for the drivers today. And I'll quickly just get this up on screen. Most of that is wrong, so let me just correct a lot of it, as the formation lap will be underway in just a moment. And I'll get the lap counter up on screen in a moment as well, as they're all just on the grid. Tyre blankets about to come off. And we'll see what they have for us, obviously, in a couple minutes when they do finally get underway. So let me just quickly get this done. I should be able to get all the tyres and the correct tyres on screen before the start here, as they're about to take off the tyre blankets on all of the cars. And Gasly as well, you said was on the hard, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. So Gasly there on the hard, and then the only other person I need to change is Zhou. So, yeah, Bottas, Gasly, and Sainz on the hard compound tyre as the formation lap gets underway now. And they get away pretty quickly on the formation lap, which is them just pretty much doing a practice start. And yeah, should be probably a couple more minutes before we get onto the start of this Grand Prix. And according to AWS, the predicted strategy is either a one-stop or a two-stop. I think they'll be massively incorrect with that. I remember 2 weeks ago they said it'd be a one-stop race, and it ended up being a two-stop, I think, for everyone. I think Alonso even did 3 pit stops in the...
Well, that's because they didn't put his tyre on correctly.
Yeah, I just remembered that as I said it. Yeah, it's a shame he had that problem, because he probably could have got like an 8th or a 7th or something. He not had that problem, but Leclerc and Verstappen are just coming to the mid-ish part of the lap, to the Mistral chicane. And good to see quite a big crowd here at Paul Ricard for, yeah, what is probably the last French Grand Prix for probably... I mean, the last big gap we had between French Grand Prix obviously was 10 years between 2008 and 2018. So we'll probably see something similar. Maybe this race will become, in the future, a rotation race. We'll see. But, yeah. At least the weather is shining for this last outing in France, as Leclerc, Verstappen, Perez now just coming through the final 3 or 4 corners on this formation lap. And one thing Leclerc cannot do on this first lap is what Max did a year ago when he started on pole, which is lock up, go wide at turn 1 and lose the lead, or just lose the lead in general. If he loses the lead to Verstappen on the first lap, I think it'll be very hard for Ferrari to regain that position, as we're looking at Esteban Ocon, the highest placed French driver on the grid in P10, and he should do pretty well today. And now the front 6 are not lined up on the grid, but they're now onto the start-finish straight, as we're looking at Gasly, who is starting down in 14th. I think I've actually accidentally put Albon in 14th. Let me change that round and change the tyres round quickly as well. So Gasly is actually starting in 14th, not in 13th place. Hold on. Let me quickly get that done. There you go. Gasly on the hard in 14th position, as Carlos Sainz is now coming through the final corner, and obviously he's starting in 19th on the hard tyre. And even if he has a poor start, which is common on that hard compound tyre, he is starting at the back anyway, so it doesn't really matter. And hopefully that strategy for him will play out well, because he's been very quick this weekend despite his penalty. So if this is the last Grand Prix in France, let's hope it's a great one. here in the south of France. As the lights come on, it's 3 lights, 4 lights, and 5 lights here in France. And lights out, and away we go. And Charles Leclerc gets a decent start. And Max Verstappen and Lewis Hamilton straight away in the slipstream of the Ferrari. And Verstappen tries to go around the outside, but Lewis Hamilton is up to 3rd for Mercedes. And Fernando Alonso goes up to 5th with a brilliant move round the outside of the Mercedes of George Russell, who is now side by side with Lando Norris. And Daniel Ricciardo has had a great start there and is right up the inside of Norris through turn 5 and 6. A great start there for Ricciardo. Great start for Alonso. And Ocon there is right behind the Alpine, or the AlphaTauri, sorry, of Yuki Tsunoda, as Leclerc has a decent gap over Verstappen on this first lap. So it's Leclerc, Verstappen, and then it's Lewis Hamilton up in 3rd place. There's a car going off there of Lance Stroll, forced off the track slightly by, I think, maybe his teammate, Sebastian Vettel. And now they come through turn 10. And side by side there they were with the Williams of Alex Albon, I believe. And whatever the yellow flag was for, it is now a green flag, as Sainz is under threat there. And Tsunoda has had some sort of incident.
Tsunoda got spun around. I think you missed that, mate.
Oh, right, I did miss that. I just quickly looked away from the screen. Sorry about that. So Tsunoda, who spun him round? I'm guessing, was it Ocon?
I actually do not know, because I missed it myself. I just looked up and saw him spun around.
So Tsunoda obviously has been tagged by someone, as Leclerc begins lap 2 and leads by 1 second from, or now 1.1 from Max Verstappen. So let me just quickly do the order. So it's Leclerc, Verstappen, Hamilton, Perez, and then Alonso in 5th. Is a replay, and yeah, it was Esteban Ocon. And yeah, that's definitely his fault. And Ocon will probably get a penalty for that. Because I think he got a bit too trigger happy on the throttle and then corrected into Tsunoda's car. As Verstappen there closing the gap in the 2nd sector to under a second. Obviously in the slipstream. Yeah, the top 10 is Leclerc, Verstappen, Hamilton, Perez, Alonso, and then Russell is 6th, Norris is 7th, Ricciardo is 8th, and then you've got Ocon in 9th, and in 10th place is Lance Stroll. What a absolutely brilliant start from Stroll in the Aston Martin, and then it's Vettel up to 11th, and then Alex Albon up to P12. And he's currently racing very hard with Kevin Magnussen, who started last, who's now gone up to 12th place. What a start for Magnussen, that is. As we're now on lap 3 out of 53, and Verstappen and Leclerc pretty much still the same gap. Leclerc slightly quicker that time, as Russell now right behind Fernando Alonso, right in the slipstream, and Russell should get past pretty quickly because obviously the Mercedes is a lot quicker. But here's a replay of the start, Nib. I'll let you take us through it.
Yep, as we get there eventually, as I am like about 5 seconds behind yourself. But yeah, Charles got a much better start as Albon completely is off the track, which is pretty funny. But what a move by Alonso. Yeah, Russell had a big wiggle on. As I was trying to look further back to see what on earth Stroll and Magnussen did, but yeah, that's a mega start by Lewis. That's what we saw towards the end of last season. That's for sure. But Max did a pretty good job at fending off Lewis there. As we won't see anything else, as Max is quite close to Charles here.
Yeah, he is, and Perez is also all over the back of Hamilton. So now Red Bull have settled down, and they've now settled into their pace. As just want to get correct what the actual order is. So Mick Schumacher is 14th, and then you've got Sainz in 15th, and then Gasly 16th, and then Bottas, Latifi, Zhou, Tsunoda. What a terrible start for Alfa Romeo, because obviously Bottas started in P11, as the gap is only now 0.4 of a second between Leclerc and Verstappen. I think we're already seeing what I was talking about because of the long run pace from Friday. This Red Bull is clearly faster than the Ferrari, and now Max will have DRS activation onto the Mistral Straight. He's not close enough at the moment for an overtake, but it's going to be, as there's a 5-second penalty there for Esteban Ocon causing a collision, which is no surprise because it was a clear causing a collision there. Max is getting close to Leclerc, but it's only inevitable, really, isn't it, Nib, that Max is going to pass Leclerc for the lead?
Yeah, it certainly is, Chaz. He just needs to be a little bit closer through the first sector, doesn't he?
Yeah, he just needs to be a couple tenths closer, and he might be able to have a go into that chicane. But also, for Red Bull's sake, Perez needs to get past Lewis Hamilton. I can tell you that George Russell has passed, what do you call it? Fernando Alonso for 5th, as Carlos Sainz has just overtaken Mick Schumacher for 14th place. I'm going to try and just update the tyres quickly if I can, as we're now on lap 5 out of 53, and Verstappen not as close on this lap as he was before, but still keeping relatively close to Leclerc, about a second behind the absolute most behind Leclerc.
Can we just speak about how the race directors completely missed an overtake for 5th position in the Grand Prix, though?
I know.
Like, come on. And also, just one thing which I've seen some people talking about on Twitter a little bit more recently. Ocon has completely destroyed Tsunoda's race, and he gets a 5-second penalty for it. Do you think that we need to start seeing harsher penalties for contact like we just saw?
I mean, maybe, yeah. Maybe you could add in some sort of rule about, like, consequence, like your penalty will depend on what you actually caused for the other driver. Like you say, Ocon has destroyed Tsunoda's race. Tsunoda is now last, and nobody is nowhere near anyone. So yeah, maybe they could bring that in, but it's a tough one. But yeah, I do see why people would be angry about that, because he has clearly ruined his race, because Tsunoda didn't make that bad of a start and now is at the very back of the field, as Verstappen a lot closer now to Leclerc on this lap. Only 0.3 of a second the gap as they come into turn 1 on lap 6 at a 53, and Perez all over the back of Hamilton as well. The Red Bull are on the hunt here, as Carlos Sainz has just overtaken the Williams of Alex Albon. So he is obviously on the hard, is Carlos Sainz, and Albon on the medium, as they now come onto the Mistral Straight, and Verstappen with DRS. Verstappen was 6 kilometers an hour quicker than the Ferrari down the straights in qualifying, as Leclerc goes wide through the second part of the chicane. And can Max now get a good run on the exit and get in the slipstream and maybe make a move on Leclerc into turn 11 as they come through turn 10 now? And Verstappen really closing in. Leclerc's going to have to defend. Will Max just send it round the outside? No, he will not. But Leclerc starting to crack there under the pressure. And Verstappen just needs to keep Leclerc under this type of pressure. Not just to put Leclerc under the pressure, but to try and burn out those tyres on the Ferrari. As they come into the final corner now And we'll begin in a moment, lap 7, as Lewis Hamilton still is impressively in 3rd position. As, Max into turn 1, about 3 or 4 tenths of a second closer to Leclerc, or 3 or 4 tenths of a second off Leclerc into turn 1, rather. I've got to say, though, it's pretty clear to see, and I think you'd agree with this, Nib, they can definitely follow around this track a lot better than they could. I mean, it's still not great, but, I mean, back in 2019, it was horrific being able to follow another car around here. Yeah. So it's looking good from that aspect, as now they come onto the Mistral straight again. Verstappen right in the slipstream of Charles Leclerc. He feigns a move to the inside. Leclerc, though, does not make a mistake this time through the second part of the chicane. This is perfect, though, for Red Bull, because if a gap behind them becomes available for them to do an undercut, they're in a perfect position here, and maybe even still to overtake and win this Grand Prix, as Verstappen was 2 or 3 tenths of a second off Leclerc when they came into turn 11, but not close enough to force his way down the inside. But the Ferrari does definitely look quite poor compared to the Red Bull at the moment. They're now coming to the final corner. Go on.
Ricciardo got overtaken by Ocon, as that's probably about overtake 10 that we've missed so far this Grand Prix.
Yeah, well, it's no real surprise, is it? With FOM. It's interesting that Carlos Sainz is now not going anywhere. He's now stuck in a DRS train behind Esteban Ocon. So, Carlos Sainz not going anywhere at the moment in 13th place. As Verstappen, Perez has been given a second warning for track limits at turn 3, which is why that's what happened to Mick Schumacher. He got his time deleted in qualifying for violating track limits at turn 3 as well, so needs to just ease off a bit. But Perez has now dropped over a second behind. He's now 1.5 seconds behind Hamilton's Verstappen. Very close there he was into the chicane, but Leclerc just about quick enough into the entry of the braking zone to keep ahead. He just needs Max an extra couple tenths of a second, and I reckon he's got the overtake done here. As they now come through turn 10, and Verstappen closes the gap, but still does not get close enough for an overtake. The pit stop gap at Paul Ricard is it 25, 26 seconds, I think, around this track. So they will have to wait a bit longer, Red Bull, for a pit stop if they want to try and undercut past Leclerc, because I don't think they have quite the gap yet to drop Verstappen into a clean bit of air. At the moment, as they begin lap 9, Verstappen has about a 25-second lead to... I don't think he has a 25-second lead even to the very back of the field. So, it's going to take a bit of time for a gap to clear, as the field is pretty close. And Leclerc and Verstappen now on lap 9 come into turn 5 and 6, as Kevin Magnussen has pitted for Haas F1, as Max got very wide there through turn, the exit of turn 6, which you kind of have to, as Magnussen has pitted the hard compound tyre. Let's see, though, into the chicane. Does Verstappen get close enough? Not quite. And Leclerc just about hanging on again on the exit. And, Verstappen in a great position here. But let me just quickly update that Kevin Magnussen is now last after that pit stop. And Magnussen to the very back. And I'll quickly do the lap times as well, as Max is still pretty close to Leclerc and still easily within DRS. When are you expecting Red Bull to trigger the undercut, Nib? Like I said, there isn't really a gap at the moment to do that, but surely that's the only way they can get past
Yeah, well, I mean, you've just said that there is no gap, so I don't think they'll hit unless. Well, unfortunately, it does seem like Ricardo is a little bit slow, so I think maybe there could be a little bit of a gap that could form in front of Ricardo, where they could potentially pit them eventually, because, well, he's just managed to hold on to the back of Ocon, but there was times throughout the lap where he was he was the second. He was more than a second behind Ocon, as it is just now. So, yeah, unfortunately, Ricardo having a good start, but then just his race pace just dropping off a little bit.
Yeah, very disappointing there for Ricardo, because I expected him to be, pretty decently quick. He was pretty quick in the last Grand Prix in Austria. As don't worry, guys, nothing has changed with Leclerc and Verstappen. It's the same situation as it was, as Mick Schumacher and Zhou Guan Yu have pitted. So let me just update that quickly. Magnussen is now up to 18th, and Zhou is last. Magnussen is 18th. Now, for Haas, and yeah, I think the bottom three now are on the hard, and the hard compound tyre is going to be a tyre used a lot in this Grand Prix. As Leclerc and Verstappen begin yet another lap and go on to lap 11 out of 53, and nowhere for Leclerc to go, still under pressure a lot. And in fact, Leclerc is that slow at the minute that Lewis Hamilton is now lapping. I mean, he's lapping slower, I think, but he's not that much slower than the front two. And he's actually, Lewis Hamilton, pulled away from Sergio Perez, as Perez is now 2.7 seconds behind the Mercedes, and Russell is gaining. So Mercedes have got some really good race pace here at the moment. Anyway, let me just quickly...
What a shock. Never saw that coming.
Yeah, Russell is catching Perez. He's only at 1.3, 1.4 seconds behind at the moment. But just need to try, if I can, and update what tyres people are on to make sure, obviously, it's correct. And Gasly is on the hard, and Latifi is on the medium back there. As Leclerc and Verstappen come into the final corner, as Carlos Sainz is stuck right now behind Sebastian Vettel and Lance Stroll. And Leclerc and Verstappen will now begin lap 12 out of 53. And I think at this point, we're just waiting for the pit stops, because I don't think Max has enough pace in the first sector to close the gap, and enough so that he can overtake Leclerc into the chicane. As Leclerc on the radio, probably, I would guess, complaining about the tyres at this point. As we're looking at Carlos Sainz into turn 1. Is he overtaking Sebastian Vettel? Yes, he is. Carlos Sainz is up to P11 in the Ferrari. So I'll update that pair of tyres. Sainz, obviously, on the hard compound tyre. As, yeah, Leclerc about 6/10 of a second clear of Verstappen as they now come into turn 11 and 12. And nowhere for Max to go.
How many seconds did you say your pit stop costs again?
I think it's somewhere between 25 and 27 seconds.
Okay, well, I'd say in about 2 to 3 laps they're gonna have the gap to hit and come out ahead of Ocon.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, if Max can pit on lap 14 or 15, then that should be good enough, you'd reckon. As they begin lap 13, with Max still having the DRS. And Lewis Hamilton is 6.5 seconds off the lead. And Ocon is Ocon is about a pit stop behind now. So they could even pit Max now or the end of this lap if they wanted to, because I think Ocon is about a pit stop behind. As Verstappen has DRS again on Leclerc down the Mistral Straight, but he's not close enough into the chicane, anywhere near close enough really to make a move work. As we're looking at Carlos Sainz now, who is right behind Lance Stroll, and Sainz might be able to make his way up now to P10 as he opens the DRS, and he should be able to overtake Stroll here in the Ferrari. Should Sainz, there you go. So Carlos Sainz is now up to P10 in the Ferrari. Just want to have a look to see what Max Verstappen is going to do here, whether Verstappen is going to bolt into the pits. And Max, no, he does not. So we'll see what they do with him. But it's surely going to be close now to the time they decide the pit, as Leclerc and Verstappen begin lap 14 out of 53. And not many battles on track, I've got to say. Leclerc versus Verstappen, obviously. Leclerc has pulled the gap out a bit more over Verstappen. The gap is now 1.4 seconds almost as they come through the end of the first sector. The only other battle, I guess you could say, on track, I mean, you've got Bottas and Latifi, but I wouldn't really say that's a battle. The only other battle on track is probably Perez versus Russell for 4th place. But I've got to say, Mercedes' race pace is looking very good here. A lot better than I expected. I thought it would be better because I showed in my with my the data earlier that I collected about practice 2 and the long runs, that Mercedes were only lapping like 3 or 4 tenths of a second off Ferrari's pace. I knew it'd be decent, but I didn't think it would be as good as it is at the moment. As Sebastian Vettel is, which is watching him on board, only 1.5 seconds behind Lance Stroll, as Nicholas Latifi has overtaken Valtteri Bottas on the medium tyre. Look at that. Good on him. I don't quite know why that's happened, because the Alfa Romeo is quicker, and Bottas should be on a better compound right now, as Leclerc and Verstappen have begun lap 15. And those are the front tyres of Charles Leclerc. Front right doesn't look great, but they don't look that bad, to be honest. As they start another lap, it looks as though, Nib, that either they're trying to look after the tyres a bit with Red Bull, or maybe Ferrari have got a bit of better tyre wear at the moment, possibly.
Yeah, well, I think Charles has picked up the pace a little bit more compared to, say, about 3 or 4 laps ago. And I think that Max just can't respond at the moment.
Yeah, the gap has now gone up to 1.5 seconds. Currently, as they go through turn 10 and 11. So, yeah, interesting to see. With that, Yuki Tsunoda is pitted. I forgot to update that on the screen. So, Tsunoda is now last. And Magnussen is up to 17th, Schumacher 18th. And then Zhou in 19th as Leclerc and Verstappen start another lap. So they're going, I've got to say, they're going a lot longer on their tyres than I thought they would. So tyre wear not as bad as expected. I think they're all managing their tyres a lot though. But still, it's a lot better than I thought it would be. And Leclerc has pulled the gap out to about almost 2 seconds over Max Verstappen. As we're looking at Carlos Sainz now all over the back of Daniel Ricciardo. And this will be an overtake that Sainz will get done probably in about a minute or so from now. Yeah, looking through the field, there's no real battles. I mean, you've got Sainz on Ricciardo here, but we obviously expect this to happen. As Sainz closes in through turn 5 and 6. Ricciardo still doing okay. He's only a couple seconds behind Ocon. And remember, Ocon has a 5-second penalty. So Ricciardo is, well, he's about to lose position to Sainz, but he is a net 9th because obviously Ocon will drop behind his position in a moment. Sainz, though, doesn't actually overtake Ricciardo, which is surprising. Maybe he'll do it up to turn 11. Actually, no, he won't because Ricciardo has got a very good exit. There won't be any dirt or dust that Ricciardo could possibly kick up this time, as Max Verstappen has pitted. So the undercut has been triggered. And let's see how quick this pit stop is. It is pretty quick. 2.4 seconds. Very good pit stop. And Max now is on the hard compound tyre, I'm pretty sure. And where will he come out? There's Fernando Alonso. Oh, that's not great. Alonso being out ahead. Can he get out ahead of Norris, though? No, he can't. So that's not great. I mean, he will overtake. Verstappen will overtake Norris pretty quickly, but would have been better if he came out in between Alonso and Norris. So Verstappen down to 7th here. As Leclerc, I assume, will come in to the pits at the end of this lap to cover that off. Because we know from last year, the undercut around this track is very powerful. As Carlos Sainz now, it's all over the back of Daniel Ricciardo as they come onto the Mistral Straight. And Verstappen already within a second of Norris. And yep, Sainz passes Ricciardo for 9th position. So Sainz is up to 9th. And obviously, Sainz is on the hard compound tyre. Let me just update that as Charles Leclerc has stayed out. I think they've messed up. I think they've messed up a lot there. They should have pitted, surely should have pitted him to respond. And it's now lap 18. And Verstappen is now 6th. And on the hard tyre, here's a replay and just goes down the inside of Norris at turn 11. Norris not even trying there to defend. Why? Nib, please tell me why Ferrari have not pitted him. Surely they had to.
He should be. Oh, I've just seen Max's final sector.
Yeah,
he was half a second quicker than Charles. They might be okay. Might be. Let's see what Max's that time is now. I mean, 27 seconds. It's going to be quite close, as we can see on our screen. Average time lost 27 seconds.
Oh,
so
there's a Ferrari in the wall. Who is it? There's a Ferrari. It's Charles Leclerc. He's out of the race. He's crashed off. Charles Leclerc has had some sort of failure, possibly a brake failure, and has gone straight on. Safety car deployed, and I think Leclerc is out of the race because his suspension will probably be broken from that. What a disaster for Ferrari. And Lewis Hamilton now into the lead, and Hamilton surely has got to pit now, and he will with the safety car. Now, Hamilton might actually come out in the lead of the race. And Hamilton now releases Perez. Perez did not have a quick stop there at all, but still gets ahead of Russell, as we're now on lap 19, and everybody now coming into the pits. I'll update the order when I can, as we're now on lap 19 out of 53. And Ferrari now are going to pit Carlos Sainz from 8th place. And yeah, literally everybody is making a pit stop as Sainz pits for the medium compound tyre. And was that an unsafe release on Albon? I'm not sure. I didn't quite see that.
Nah, Albon had to brake so that there wasn't contact. I think that probably is, to be honest, Chaz.
Right. It did look a bit close. I only saw the end of it. But Ferrari have done it yet again. They never disappoint. Clowns in Maranello.
Done it again.
Yeah, you've done it again. Oh my god. And yeah, Leclerc is out of the race. That looks, from the tyre tracks, that looks like a possible brake failure to me. Or a throttle failure?
Yeah, the fact that he's gone, I don't know. I mean, we've seen the replay, but the fact that he's gone straight on, let's...
Why are they showing this? Right, here we go. Oh, it might be his tyre. Tyre? No, it's a driver error. Oh, no. What a mistake. He ran too wide onto the blue stuff. Isn't that the slippery colour?
Yeah.
Yeah, and he spun. Oh, that is so embarrassing. What a bad mistake there. Obviously pushing hard on the in-lap, and he's binned it in the wall. Oh, my God. What a bad mistake.
That Ferrari fan looking like my mate who's a Ferrari fan. Oh, dear.
Another Mercedes fan next to him, just loving it. That's funny.
Well, as you said, Leclerc would have been pushing very hard to try and stay ahead of Max. I'm going to say that's somewhat self-inflicted as well, because why didn't they pit him?
A lap before.
A lap before.
Yeah, I don't get why. Like I said, the undercut here is really powerful. We saw last year, Max gained like 4 seconds on Lewis Hamilton through doing an undercut. So they should have known that, really. But yeah. Just sums up their season. Does it for Ferrari, and obviously Leclerc's out of the race, and well, I don't think Max. I mean, he'll try to win the race, but as a Vettel and Latifi, I think, are finally pitted. Don't know why they didn't pit the lap before, to be honest. As a safety car coming in at the end of this lap, Max doesn't really have to win this race now because Leclerc's out, and even if Max finishes second, the gap will go up to about 56 points. Coming back in. So let me just quickly get the order correct. So it's Verstappen, Hamilton, Perez, your top three. And then it's Russell 4th, Alonso 5th, Norris 6th. Ricciardo is 7th. That's a very good jump up for him. Sainz is 8th. Ocon is 9th. Lance Stroll is 10th. And then you've got Albon 11th. Also, Yuki Tsunoda is out of the race as well. We just saw a quick little bit of that. Albon 11th, Gasly 12th. And then you've got Vettel 13th. Bottas 14th. Latifi 15th. And then Zhou 16th. And then Magnussen, Schumacher. And then Tsunoda and Leclerc are both out of the race.
As Charles has reported on the radio that he suffered a stuck throttle.
Right, well, I'll have to watch the onboard back, because if it was a stuck throttle, you'll be able to hear it, hopefully, on the onboard. Well, he had that problem in Austria, didn't he? At the end. Remember? His throttle was sticking a bit.
Yeah.
So, more Ferrari reliability. As Max Verstappen gets us going again. The green flags aren't waving yet, but he's got us going again. As the safety car has come in, Max now comes into the final corner and leads the pack away. So it is on lap 21. Max Verstappen leads from Lewis Hamilton second, and then it's Perez third, Russell fourth, and then Alonso, Norris, Ricciardo, Sainz, Ocon completing your top 10. Saying that, Sainz immediately overtakes Ricciardo. We'll see what Carlos can do and whether he can save Ferrari's blushes a bit. But I doubt he'll be able to win the Grand Prix. As for some reason, they just given Leclerc the fastest lap. I don't know why that is. As Sainz is now going to overtake Lando Norris on the Mistral straight. So Sainz will go up to P6. There you go. So Carlos Sainz now up to 6th. And I will now try to get the tyres correct. Because obviously everybody now on completely different tyres compared to a few laps ago. The top 5 are on the hard compound tyres. And then you've got Carlos Sainz on the medium. So, yeah, let me just quickly do that. And then, yep, Sainz in 6th is on the medium tyre. Can Sainz fight for the victory here? I'm not sure he can. Those tyres are going to die, aren't they, probably, before he gets up to Verstappen or Hamilton or Perez. So, yeah, I'm not sure he will be that quick compared to the front runners. As will Sainz go down the inside here of Alonso at turn 1? No, he will not, as Max Verstappen does a new fastest lap of a 1:37 point. I don't know, because I didn't quite see what it was. Yeah, Sainz will overtake here pretty quickly. But let me just update the rest of the top 10's tyres. As you've got Norris, Ricciardo on the hard tyres. As Leclerc comes stomping back into the Ferrari, well, he will be in a moment, back into the Ferrari garage. As Carlos Sainz overtakes Fernando Alonso for 5th. And now he has the 2 Red Bulls and Mercedes cars ahead of him. So Sainz is up to 5th. And yeah, is on the medium. We'll see how his medium compound tyre copes. He probably will have to pit again. Especially if he's pushing this hard. Because I don't think the medium is going to last another 30 laps at this type of pace. Lewis Hamilton, I got to say, lapping pretty well. He's only 1.7, 1.8 seconds behind Verstappen. Yellow flag in Sector 3. And that is for the Haas there of Mick Schumacher and also Zhou, I think. Or is it just Mick Schumacher? I think there might have been a bit of contact there between Zhou Guanyu and Mick Schumacher. It's been a disastrous weekend for Haas. They've had good pace, but not been getting the results, really. As Zhou comes into the pits with what looks like possibly a broken front wing. Schumacher takes over that position. But, yeah, let me just update the rest of the tyres quickly. So, yeah, the top 11, except for Sainz, are on the hard compound tyres. Gasly is on the medium. And then you've got Vettel on the hard. and everybody else is on the hard compound tyre. And here's a replay. And yeah, that's clearly Zhou Guanyu's fault. He corrected his car due to a bit of oversteer, I think, and then just clumped straight into Mick Schumacher. So that's clearly Zhou Guanyu's fault, and he'll probably get a penalty for that.
Yeah, only a 5-second penalty for ruining a driver's race. You know, like how Tsunoda's out the Grand Prix because of Ocon.
Yeah, it's
he doesn't have a floor left.
Yeah. Well, so the FIA are just terrible, aren't they?
Investigation for the unsafe release.
Oh right, okay. Oh yeah, I actually forgot about that briefly. Yeah, but you do need to look out for that. Interestingly, go on.
It's a clear-cut penalty.
Yeah,
honestly.
Won't that be a 5-second as well?
Yeah.
Yeah. 5-second penalty for Sainz, unsafe release. There you go. So I was going to say that Carlos is actually not catching the pack ahead that quickly of the front four. So I don't think Carlos is going to have much more pace now. And obviously with that 5-second penalty, that will hurt him a lot. So he's really, unless he can show some amazing speed, I think he's kind of out of the action here. But George Russell is right in the action here, because he's all over the back of Sergio Perez for third. And this is great for Mercedes, by the way. Not just for this race, but for the Constructors' Championship. Because if Carlos finishes fifth, with Leclerc out of the race, Mercedes, if they get second and third, that's 33 points, and Ferrari only bring home 10. They could close the gap to Ferrari and the Constructors to like 40 points or something like that. So, be good for them if they can do that. And yeah, that's a slam dunk. Albon had to brake really hard to avoid Carlos's car, as Max Verstappen has pulled out his lead over Lewis Hamilton to 3 seconds. And I think what we're seeing here, the reason Mercedes are so quick is because they have, and that's probably why they were so slow in qualifying, is they have a higher downforce package on than I think Ferrari and Red Bull have, because that's, I think, why they're so quick in the race, because their straight line speed was quite poor in qualifying, and definitely explains why they're now suddenly so quick. As Carlos Sainz is now closing up to the back of Russell by a few tenths of a second, but Russell is busy harrying the back of Sergio Perez in the Red Bull. Really, given we've just had a safety car that does help, these drivers that are pitted for the hard tyre during the safety car period should be able to get to the end of the race if they look after their tyres well. As Hamilton and Perez coming through turn 10, and Perez just under a second behind. And now that Leclerc's out of the way, Red Bull will be desperate to get a 1-2 here, given how quick Ferrari have been this weekend. As Carlos Sainz, we're seeing there, is just over a second behind Russell, so not too far away now from the back of the Mercedes. As Verstappen begins lap 26 out of 53. And yeah, keeps the gap at 3 seconds. Lewis Hamilton, though, is doing a fantastic job in that Mercedes to keep ahead of Perez and to keep Verstappen to a certain degree honest, even though I do think Verstappen is probably pacing himself out front and probably could go, if he needed to, a couple tenths of a second quicker. So I think Verstappen is absolutely fine out front, as Carlos Sainz now is within a second of George Russell and has DRS, but nowhere near close enough to overtake Russell into the chicane. But what Ferrari need really with Sainz is him to... Because I don't think he will be able to go to the end on that tyre. What they need him to do is just overtake the 3 cars ahead of him and then build a bit of a gap to Hamilton, Perez and Russell, and then pit him for another set of fresh tyres and then try and race him to the end and see if he can get anything. As a 5-second penalty, as you called it, Nib, for Zhou causing a collision. Zhou is now 18th and last, miles behind everybody else. Carlos Sainz just did a purple sector 2, and Sainz definitely looked closer to Russell now as they start lap 27, and we're pretty much now halfway through this French Grand Prix. Guys, don't forget that I will be around, obviously, after the Grand Prix, for about an hour after the Grand Prix to react with you guys to whatever happens for the rest of this French Grand Prix and what's happened so far. So make sure to stick around for that. And if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more of this content. And for everyone watching, don't forget to smash the like button as well. As Sainz has got the DRS open on this Mistral straight, but still not close enough to overtake. The Ferrari wasn't that much quicker than the Mercedes on the straights in qualifying. I think only like 2-3 kilometers an hour. So he'll need to be a bit closer than he is to actually overtake. And just trying to see, they've actually hid it, but hopefully they'll show the gaps between all the cars in a moment. I want to see if there's any other battles out there to look out for. As Sainz continues to harry the back of Russell. There's a great battle going on, though, between Alonso, Norris and Ricciardo for 6th, 7th and 8th. Alonso is on the team radio for something, but McLaren certainly coming back at Alpine, and Ricciardo actually looks to be quicker than Norris, which is a bit similar to 2 weeks ago in Austria, where Ricciardo was lapping at the same pace, if not quicker, than his teammate. As here we go, Norris beginning lap 28, within a second of Fernando Alonso. We'll see if Norris can get this very important overtake done. As also, we have a good battle from Albon in 11th, all the way down to Latifi in 16th for the those positions. Obviously, the Williams not that fast in P11, as Norris a bit too far behind to really fight Alonso. I've got to admit, it is a massive shame that Charles Leclerc is not in this race, as Gasly has, I think, possibly, has he spun or something? Something's happened to Gasly. He lost a couple positions there, possibly trying to overtake Alex Albon. Gasly's down to 14th, but I've got to say, this race has been ruined by whatever happened to Charles Leclerc, whether it be a driver error or a stuck throttle pedal, as we were on for a decent battle there between those two, and we've been ruined. That battle. Here we go. This is Gasly, and he goes straight on at the chicane, and then has to go through the bollard section, similar to Monza, after failing to overtake Alex Albon, as we're on now lap 29 and a 53.
So that's a pretty bad mistake by Gasly there. He never looked like he was going to make the corner. And a quite classic Ferrari moment on the team radio just before. Sainz was told that he has a 5-second stop-and-go penalty for an unsafe release. And Sainz had to correct his own engineer. So, yeah, good job, Ferrari.
Yeah. I mean, maybe The only thing that could bail them out there is maybe they're saying a stop-go because they're going to pit him again. But, yeah. If he doesn't have to pit again, then I don't know why
True.
they're saying that. As he's still in 5th, all over the back of George Russell, but he's not able to get close enough. And, the Ferrari just doesn't have enough straight line speed to be right on the gearbox of Russell when he needs to. Out of the first sector and out of the final sector as well. As Max Verstappen is about to begin, or he just does begin lap 30, and does a new fastest lap. And he leads by almost 4 seconds from Lewis Hamilton in P2. And, Verstappen in a comfortable position. Doesn't really have to push. Red Bull can turn his engine down and play it safe. And, they are looking absolutely fine out front. And as it stands, with him taking 26 points at the minute, he will extend his championship lead to overshow Leclerc to 63 points, or 64 points, I think. And that will completely end the championship, which, it was never really on anyway. As Sainz into the chicane, tries to have a go at Russell. Russell, though, forced to defend, and that gives Sainz a good exit from the chicane. And now up to turn 10, will Carlos decide to go right round the outside? And he does! Brilliant overtake by Carlos Sainz, and he is up to 4th place in the Ferrari. So Sainz up to 4th, and his next target will be Sergio Perez, who is about 2.7 seconds ahead of him in 3rd. Perez, though, might be a bit harder to overtake, but Nib, what a move that was on Sainz. Russell did make it a bit easier for him, but great move, brave move around the outside there.
It was a great move. He set the move up perfectly through the chicane, forcing Russell to go deep to get the good run out of the Lancaster, out of the chicane, and gets a nice move done there around the outside. Now he can go after Mr. Hamilton, but let's see if he can actually get up to the back of Lewis and then pass.
By the way,
of course, there's quite a bit of a gap.
Yeah, I've just seen your Twitter message. You can say it on stream if you want.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this race is terrible. I mean, it's been a little bit better actually last couple laps now, as there's been some cars actually overtaking. And I said up to back Hamilton, of course. Perez is there, of course, as well. Yeah, I mean, the race hasn't been very good, has it?
No.
I mean, for the first, for the first 18 laps, we just watched 2 drivers where they showed no other overtakes. And then it just seems like a lot of the other cars are on pretty much the same pace. And yeah, I mean, there's no real threat of the top 3 overtaking or getting overtaken. I mean, Sainz will probably get up to the back of Perez, but I don't know if he'll be able to overtake him, as these tyres will probably be a bit shot by then. But yeah, I mean, if I wasn't on Discord and probably just watching the race by myself, I probably would have fallen asleep.
Yeah.
By now. So yeah, just not that great. But thankfully, starting to warm up a little bit now.
Yeah. We've currently, as you were saying, that we've got a little battle here. Good battle to a certain extent. Between, who is this, Gasly and Magnussen. Also, Gasly trying to make some progress back through the field after his little mistake there at the chicane. And we've got a big DRS train from Albon all the way back to Latifi, pretty much. So, yeah, good close battle here. But yeah, that Leclerc, whether it be a reliability problem, a car failure, obviously, or a driver error, that has really hurt this race, because we could have been in for I think a very good battle for victory, because now Verstappen on lap 32 is 4.5 seconds almost ahead of Hamilton, and he's just comfortably pulling away. And I'm just looking on Twitter to see if there's any news in regards to if there's actual news as to in regards to whether Leclerc actually had a problem.
Nothing official like yet, but I mean he did say that on the radio that
yeah, he said I cannot come off the throttle.
stuck.
Yeah. We'll hear more when obviously the race finishes. Max Verstappen, by the way, is actually pulling out a very big lead now over Lewis Hamilton. The gap is now 5.7 seconds, and Sergio Perez is now right behind Lewis Hamilton. And this is probably why, because Lewis Hamilton almost spun on the exit of turn 2. That's why Hamilton's lost a second, because he almost spun the car round, and that's why now Sergio Perez is all over the back of the 7 times champion. But, yeah, that'll be such a shame. Even more of a shame for Leclerc if that was a throttle issue. Because that's the second race in a row that's happened. They were lucky they got away with it in Austria. And were just able to get the win. But, yeah, weren't able to get away with it here. As we are looking at what's this battle between Gasly and Magnussen, which goes on. You've got Nicholas Latifi right behind Gasly as well. I know the Williams car's improved a lot, but I don't know why, but Latifi seems to me to be another driver, like a completely different driver since Silverstone. He is the GOAT, of course.
He's been better, but come on, he's still how many positions behind Albon? Like, come on, relax.
I know. I mean, yesterday, he had according to Williams, he lost second because he had a faulty steering wheel. So we didn't get to see quite what he could have done yesterday, according to Williams. But yeah, he's doing all right, and he's lapping. I mean, he's not lapping as quickly as Albon, but the pace difference is not that big. It's pretty much what we're seeing from him, Latifi, is what we should have seen all season. Is him not be quicker than Albon, but just kind of on the pace. As
okay. Let's just remind you though that the only reason why he's not in last is because Mr. Zhou had a bit of a bozo moment.
True. As what's this we're looking at now? Carlos Sainz, who was closed the gap to Sergio Perez. It was at one point like 3 seconds. Now it's now 1.8, I think. As Russell is on the radio. Who knows what he's talking about? Maybe complaining about tyres. Russell is about 3 seconds almost behind Sainz. And just not able to hang on to the 4 ahead. And we'll see if Sainz can do anything about Sergio Perez. I doubt he can. The Red Bull too fast down the straights, and I don't think these medium tyres on Sainz's car will hang on enough to the end for him to really challenge for the podium. As we're now on lap 35 out of 53, and the gap out front is 6.6 seconds. Perez about 1.5 behind Hamilton. And apparently Leclerc on the radio was very upset, which would suggest it was probably a car problem for him being that upset. But like I've said, and I showed the video on stream yesterday, the video I did last week about how Leclerc, if he has the opportunity, should leave Ferrari for another team, because no matter how well he drives, Ferrari will always fuck it up for him. So yeah, that's just what the reality is, unfortunately. as we have 18 laps to go. And here we have a good battle. Daniel Ricciardo and Esteban Ocon. Ocon forcing Ricciardo into a bit of a defensive position there. Obviously, this is a very important fight because Alpine and McLaren level in the Constructors' Championship. At the moment, Alpine are on scoring 10 points for this Grand Prix, and so are McLaren. So this is a very important overtake if he can do it, Ocon. And Ricciardo, very smart, leaving his car in the middle of the track, not leaving the inside open there for turn 11 for Ocon to just push his way through. As Max Verstappen out front begins another lap. So, we'll keep our eye on this battle between Ricciardo and Ocon. Ocon, I've got to say, he is so lucky because with that penalty, obviously took it under the safety car, hasn't lost anything. I mean, he lost position to Ricciardo, but now look at him. He's probably going to overtake Daniel on this lap, if not the next one. So, yeah, Esteban not been punished really at all for what happened. And Alpine definitely have the better race pace, as I did believe they would. As on Friday, they did have about 2 or 3 tenths of a second on average more pace than McLaren. As now Ocon and Ricciardo come onto the Mistral straight, and we're not going to look at it because we need to look at Carlos Sainz and Sergio Perez for some reason. Sainz is now within a second of Perez, but they're now coming into the final sector, and I guarantee you Ocon is going to pass Ricciardo, and they're not going to show it. They're just, I think they're both. Ricciardo might just keep ahead, I think.
They just know, Chaz. You know nothing.
Sainz now into the final corner he comes, and maybe Sainz might be able to have a go at Sergio Perez if he can get have a good sector 1, as we're now on lap 37 out of 53. And Pierre Gasly, yes, he has. He's overtaken Kevin Magnussen. Ocon has not passed Ricciardo, if you're wondering. And here's a replay of Gasly up the inside of Magnussen. And easily gets the move done. And his parents very happy about that. And Gasly up to 14th. And on the medium compound tyre. As Valtteri Bottas has pitted for Alfa Romeo, I wonder whether that's an actual pit stop or whether that might be a retirement, because we do know Valtteri in the Alfa Romeo this season has had a lot of engine problems and engine failures. Doesn't seem to be a problem because he's come out onto the track on the medium tyres, thankfully. So Valtteri is 17th now in the Alfa Romeo, I believe. He's 17th. Yes, he is on the medium compound tyre. So we've only got 3 cars now on the medium. As Verstappen is on lap 38, about 7 seconds clear of Lewis Hamilton. Obviously, there is no fight for victory because Red Bull and Verstappen are just too quick. And let me just quickly update what tyre Pierre Gasly is on and what tyre Valtteri Bottas is on as well. And we'll see what Bottas can do, but most likely he'll do nothing from there because he's way too far behind the guys in the points. And a very bad race this is for Alfa Romeo. 17th and 18th at the moment, and they probably won't go any higher than that in this Grand Prix, which is a shame, because I thought they had a pretty good car for this weekend. And Sainz is just stuck behind Perez, and look at that, Nicholas Latifi. No, yellow flag. Oh no, I was going to say he passed Kevin Magnussen and he spun. What have you done, Latifi? I thought you made another overtake.
That's made it even better that you were about to brag about him and that he's made a mistake.
As soon as I saw the yellow flag, my heart just dropped like, oh no. Here we go. Down the inside. And... oh, no, come on. That's Magnussen's fault, surely. Look at that. Magnussen's all off the track there. Yeah, that's Magnussen's fault. That is so dirty. Look at that.
Yeah, that
is so bad. That's typical Kevin Magnussen.
That's a bit of an elbow into the guts there of Nicholas Latifi.
Oh my god.
Christ.
So Latifi...
okay, maybe not funny. Or Goat Tifi.
Latifi's dived down the inside at turn 1, and then Magnussen's pushed his way up the inside in turn 2 and just drove him off the track with himself going off as well. Right, so Schumacher's now 14th, Magnussen's 15th, Latifi 16th. Oh, that was a shame because he got up to 14th then. And I was, yeah, that would have been a good move as well down the inside. At turn 1, not a normal overtaking place. Magnussen and Latifi now pitting. As, yeah, they'll drop to probably the very back in a moment, as Valtteri Bottas will go up to P15, and Carlos Sainz is still all over the back of Sergio Perez, but he's not going to overtake him. There's Max Verstappen. Kevin Magnussen is out. So, well done, Kevin. Job done. Latifi's come back out, thankfully, but yeah, Magnussen is out. And this is Vettel passing Albon for 11th. There you go, down the inside at turn 1. Good move. Aston Martin have had a very good race today. They're 10th and 11th. Nobody expected that this weekend. Because in practice, they looked horrifically bad. So, good on them for getting a decent result. So, Magnussen is out. Latifi is 16th. Let me just quickly update a few things here. So, Bottas is on the medium, and so is Nicholas Latifi. The funny thing is that Latifi Magnussen thing might actually just be the best thing of this race. This race has been absolute shit.
It's been diabolical, as you might have seen my retweet just from a couple of moments ago. They need to liquidate the track. not actually, but geez, this has been horrific. Like I had feared it when I come on.
I thought maybe, I think the biggest problem with this race today has been the tyres haven't worn out as much as I hoped. If they were worn out a bit more, I think we could have got a good race today, but this has been diabolical.
And one of the biggest issues, there is legitimately only one place where you can overtake.
Yeah, the chicane.
Or maybe actually two. The rest of it is just bad.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, terrible track. And, well, thankfully, possibly forever, there's only 12 laps left of it. As Sainz is a bit closer to Perez as they come onto the straight now, but not sure he's close enough. Well, he's half a second behind, so maybe. Let's have a look. As they come to the chicane. No, he's not gaining enough, is he? Oh, no, he is. Perez defends. Here we go. Just as we talk about it, we're getting something. And Perez now forced to go defensive, and that gives Carlos a very good run, just like it did with Russell, out of the chicane. And will Carlos, just like he did with Russell, go round the outside? And he tries it, but Perez very, very well defends his position and keeps a hold of third place, but Carlos gets a very good run out of turn 11 into turn 12, forces Perez to defend yet again. And look at the run. Sainz got out of that corner. And will he go down the inside? No, Perez blocks him off. And Carlos, will he go all the way round the outside? Yes, he will, and up the inside. But Perez, surely, will get a great exit. And will get past. Will he get past? No, Carlos Sainz has the DRS. And Perez will not be able to get that move or that position back. Great move by Sainz. As soon as we say what a shit race this is, we have some of the best racing of the year in a lap or so. Wow.
That was good timing, wasn't it?
Yeah, great timing. As we've got now, 11 laps left. And Carlos Sainz is now third. Great drive by Sainz. And it's a shame he had the penalty this weekend, as he could have been probably right up there with Verstappen. Been very quick. As here is George Russell all over the back of Perez. And Russell down the inside of Perez and the chicane, and it forces Perez off. And Perez just straight lines the chicane and is now letting through, as there's a Williams there. Williams and an Alfa Romeo getting out of the way of traffic. And Perez has let Sainz back through. Was Perez forced off the track? I think he was.
He definitely was, yeah.
Yeah. So I don't think Russell has much to complain about. He'll complain anyway, because that's what racing drivers do. But he's got another chance. Don't know what's happened to Perez. His tyres have just gone. And Sainz is pitting. What's he doing? What are they doing? If the tyres are still good, I don't see why they need to pit him. But that's what they are doing. Oh dear. That just sums it up, doesn't it? With Ferrari. I don't know why they pitted. The tyres, they're clearly still in good nick, because he's easily quicker than Sainz and Russell behind. So the Perez and Russell behind. So why is he pitting?
Yeah, I don't know, Chess. I don't know.
And now look, now he's now 7th. I mean, he will get back up to 5th. Well, will he? No, now he drops to... What are you doing? He's now 9th. What was the point of that? Just piss off, Ferrari, honestly.
I mean, well, I'll tell you what. He was told to box, and then Carlos is screaming, "Not now, not now."
Yeah, clearly not now. He was very, he just overtake Perez, was pulling away very quickly. Oh, what have they done? Anyway, yeah, they'd shown a replay of Russell and Perez, and Russell definitely pushed him off. Perez didn't have anywhere to go. If he turned in, it would have been an accident. And thankfully let Sainz through, and also gave up a bit of time to let Russell close in a bit. As we're now on lap 44 out of 53. I'll just update where Sainz is filtered back into. He is all the way down in 9th place now. He is all over the back of Esteban Ocon, but oh no, he's actually just overtaken Ocon at the up the inside of turn 12. So good move there. But yeah, why did they pit him? I mean, yeah, he still had the 5-second penalty, but I don't see the point in why they pitted him at all. As Russell still all over the back of Perez. The third, as Sainz has now passed Ricardo for 7th. As Russell having a look at Perez into the chicane, but still not close enough. Let me just update what tyre Sainz will be on. Obviously, I'll just update the position quickly. So Carlos is up to 7th. And Sainz has about... I mean, we've got about 8 laps to go. or 9 laps to go, and he's got about 7 to 8 seconds to catch Alonso, who is in 5th. As Mercedes are preparing a pit stop. I don't know why they would be preparing a pit stop. I don't see the point in pitting. As we're now on lap 45. And Russell still just over a second behind. And him being told, George, keep your head down, you can hunt him down. Yeah, if he can just get another opportunity into the braking zone, then might be able, and a bit cleaner this time, to get the move done. As Carlos Sainz does the fastest lap of the race, as Esteban Ocon is really close to Ricciardo into turn 1. And is he going to go for the move? No, but he was close and almost forced Ricciardo into a defensive move there. Latifi, I've just noticed, is out of the race as well, which is a shame. So Latifi is out, as Perez still keeps ahead of Russell, and Carlos Sainz now right behind Lando Norris for 6th, and should be able to get that overtake done pretty easily. And the turn 8 incident with Perez and Russell, no further investigation for causing a collision. There was a slight collision between Perez and Russell, but it wasn't like a proper collision. Yep, Sainz has now passed Norris, so Carlos is up to 6th place in the Ferrari, and he should be able to pass Alonso for 5th. Now, some people may say, well, why, Chaz, are you criticising Ferrari for pitting him? The reason is because he did have a chance at building a gap to Perez to finish 3rd. And they decided not to, which I don't understand. Because if he wasn't able to build a gap, he would have finished 5th anyway, where he's going to finish. So I don't get that. As Ocon, what a move by Esteban Ocon, round the outside of Daniel Ricciardo at turn 10, and Ocon is up to 8th. Great move by him as we're on lap 46. We're about to be on lap 47 in a moment, but great move by the Frenchman, as this is Max Verstappen, who is currently leading Lewis Hamilton by 9.5 seconds, who is about to begin lap 47. There's a great battle, though, still going on for 8th place with Ocon and Ricciardo, and right behind Ricciardo are the 2 Aston Martins of Stroll and Vettel, so there's a good battle going on there. Guaranteed, though, we won't see it, as we've got about 6 laps to go, and Russell still all over the back of Perez. Do you think Russell can have another chance, Nib, or not?
Yeah, I mean, he should be able to have a go at him here, shouldn't he? But I mean, ultimately, we shouldn't be really surprised at these strategic mistakes by Ferrari, because of course it's still the man who masterminded every single strategy mistake from 2017 and 2018 with them. So it's no surprise, is it?
No, and 2019
and how many times
as well.
And how many times did we complain about Ferrari's strategy decisions?
Yeah.
I mean, no wonder why Vettel was doing the strategy half the freaking time, because Inaki Rueda might be the worst strategy. It's just terrible.
Yeah. He's the worst strategist I've ever seen.
Yeah, I could. My brain stopped working for half a second, as you can probably tell.
Yeah. As just seeing Gasly has passed Albon for 12th. Yeah, the worst, the thing that sums Ferrari up is not only since 2018, 2019 is he at the team, he's had a promotion since then. That sums up why Ferrari are in the state they're in, because there are no standards of winning at that team when they promote people who are just clearly incompetent. As Carlos Sainz has overtaken Fernando Alonso for 5th place. I'll update that in just a second. Let me do that now. And also update that it is lap 48 out of 53. And I'll quickly do the tyre compound for Sainz as well. And Carlos should now finish in 5th place because the Russell Perez scrap is too far ahead of him. Russell, though, can he get close enough into the chicane to have a go? He's a bit closer this time. Just too far behind, but he does kind of, and he has, yes, forced Perez into a defensive move. So maybe we'll have a go at Perez up to turn 10 and gets in the slipstream now and needs to try and shape up for a move into turn 11 if he can. Follows nicely through turn 10, but he's just not gaining enough speed. Will he force it down the inside? No, Perez has carried enough pace through the corner to keep ahead. But Russell, as Perez runs quite wide through turn 12, Russell is definitely closer now than he was a lap or two ago, as Ricciardo has got to push like crazy in 9th because he's got the 2 Aston Martins now right on his tail. And Ricciardo has dropped over a second behind Ocon, so won't have the advantage of DRS to keep his 9th place.
Just quickly before we have action again with Perez and Russell, Charles admitted that it was driver error.
Right, yeah. It did look to me to be more driver error. Obviously, I don't have the sound on, so I can't tell if it was a possible throttle problem, but yeah, it did look to be a clear driver error. It just went too wide onto the blue tarmac, and that just spun the car around, and he ended up in the barriers. Anyway, back to this fight, Russell and Perez. Here they come to the chicane. Russell's still not close enough, though, into the chicane. I've got to say, though, Russell and the Mercedes car under braking is very, very good. As we've got a yellow flag in Sector 2. And it's an Alfa Romeo of Zhou Guanyu, who is parked up on the exit of turn 6. I'm hoping that won't bring out a safety car. I don't think it'll be a safety car, because the gap in the barriers is only just beyond that. But Red Bull are ready anyway for a pit stop.
Honestly, might be a virtual safety car, because, I mean, he is quite far away from the barrier and, like, opening.
Yeah. I mean, if they can find a good enough gap, they might be able to wheel it a bit closer. And yet, virtual safety car has been deployed. And Red Bull have decided not to trigger a pit stop with any of their drivers. But yeah, Zhou out of the race. And yeah, Alfa Romeo have had an absolutely disastrous day here in France. That's quite a lot of retirements for this Grand Prix. 5. Zhou, Latifi, Magnussen, Tsunoda, Leclerc. But yeah, there you go. And yeah, they've now wheeled his car beyond the back behind the barrier. So we'll get going in, or the virtual safety car will be gone in about, I don't know, the next 20 seconds or so. Seen that tweet that you sent me. That's a good one. And yeah, virtual safety car is now ending, and Russell all over the back of Perez into the chicane. And now he's lost a bit. Oh no, the virtual safety car hasn't fully ended, so he did get a bit close. Perez. Russell needs to speed up because Perez is a bit too far down the road. And obviously the gap was closer than that. About this gap that he is now behind Perez. And as long as obviously they stay within the delta, they won't get a penalty. So that's what the drivers are trying to do. For some reason the virtual safety car hasn't ended yet. Don't know why. There you go. Green flag. Perez slowed down a lot there. And now Russell will have a go. And he's got the move done. Perez caught sleeping and Russell is up to third. As we've now got 3 laps to go. And it's a second and a third place for Mercedes. Brilliant racing there from George Russell. He caught Perez sleeping through the exit of turn 12 into turn 13, 14. And now has third place. That was a poor mistake, wasn't it, Nib, for Perez? How did he not... how was he not aware of where Russell was? Here's a replay. And, Perez was on the racing line. And then when the race got going again, just pulled off the racing line, let Russell through. What on earth was that?
Yeah, not quite sure, to be honest with you, Chaz.
It's almost like he let him through, like he accepted that he wasn't ready and he just let him go. It was very convenient how he just pulled off the racing line, as Perez is now right in the slipstream of Russell. So it's not over yet, this battle, but you've got to imagine if Russell can keep up that pace he had when he was behind Perez through Sector 1 and Sector 3, and he should be okay to finish on the podium. What a result this would be for the for the Mercedes team. Over 30 points from the Grand Prix. As we are now on the penultimate lap here in France. Lap 52 out of 53. And Russell has pulled out a bit of time over Perez in the final sector. So Perez will have to have a really good first sector here if he wants to get anywhere near the back of Russell on the Mistral straight. As they come into turn 3, 4 now. As Carlos Sainz is doing a fastest lap of the race. He just has done a 1:35.7. And he will come away with the fastest lap points. But obviously that means very little when you finish in P5. As Perez has DRS on Russell. But I'm not sure he'll close the gap enough. Well, he is closing the gap quite a bit. That Red Bull is an absolute monster down the straights. But he just can't get quite close enough for an overtaking opportunity. So all Russell needs to do is have one more good lap after this one, and he should be okay. Perez says Russell went out of the track in turn 6. That is desperation from Perez there, trying to get Russell a penalty for track limits. As Perez, getting very close to Russell on the exit of turn 12. Russell went a bit wide as we're now on the final lap of the French Grand Prix. Verstappen leading by almost 10 seconds. He will win it, surely. But who will complete the podium out of George Russell and Sergio Perez? As Perez is closer on this lap to Russell than he was before. Will he send it into turn 1? No. If the best thing for Perez to do would be to wait until the Mistral straight, because he'll have a very good chance then with the amount of straight line speed that he does have. As just want to update that Valtteri Bottas is actually up to 14th position there in the Alfa Romeo. But here we go. Can Perez overtake Russell? I think he's lost a bit too much time in Sector 1, so I'm not sure he will be close enough. Will he send it into the chicane? He closes up a lot, but he cannot get close enough. And Russell has a pretty good exit from the chicane as well. So it looks as though Russell surely has got the podium here. As he says, Russell went out again. Well, there's nothing that's come up about it. Anyway, Max Verstappen has been gifted victory today by a mistake by Charles Leclerc, but Max kept it together, had great pace all weekend long, especially in the race, and Max Verstappen, for the second year in a row, will win the French Grand Prix at Paul Ricard. Well done to Verstappen for a win that absolutely guarantees that he will be Drivers' Champion in 2022. Lewis Hamilton will finish in second on his 300th Grand Prix. Perez tries to get third, but he can't, as George Russell finishes third, and Sergio Perez will finish in fourth. And then completing the top 10, it will be Carlos Sainz, Fernando Alonso, Lando Norris, Esteban Ocon, Daniel Ricciardo. And then let's quickly see what's happening here with the Aston Martins. And then it should be Lance Stroll finishing 10th. But the Sebastian Vettel is all over the back of Stroll here for that 10th place. Will Vettel go for it? As long as he doesn't eliminate Stroll from the race. And Vettel will get a very good exit here. And I know what Stroll did. He parked it on the apex and Vettel almost smashed into the back of him. So Stroll ends up finishing 10th. And then it's Vettel in 11th, Gasly 12th, and then Albon, Bottas, Schumacher. And your retirements are Zhou, Latifi, Magnussen, Tsunoda, Leclerc. That is your French Grand Prix. What do you make of that at the end, Nick, with Stroll? He definitely parked on the apex, didn't he? To cause that. That's what happened there, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, and I just don't understand why you do that when you're fighting on the final corner of the final lap and your teammates.
Yeah.
Why would you do that? just a bit silly, isn't it?
Yeah. Right. So, quick word from you. Yeah. I mean, I've seen you tweet out championship over, and that is absolutely the case now. I mean, I thought it was over after Canada, to be honest, but yeah, Verstappen. I mean, it's Leclerc's fault as to why he made the mistake, but yeah, Max Verstappen, great victory, and championship over. Just give a word if you can for our Grand Prix winner.
Yeah, I mean, I think Max probably would have won the Grand Prix today, even if Charles hadn't made that mistake. As Jesus Christ, I've never seen so many French flags in my life. What is this, America or something? With the amount of bloody flags they've got out, Jesus. That's ridiculous. The whole grandstand's got French flags. Yeah, I think Max probably would have won today. No matter what. Unfortunate that Charles made the mistake that he did make. So just seeing a replay here between Russell and Perez, and George taking that wide line, and Perez nearly did what some people would do in open lobbies and tried to just absolutely send it up the inside.
Yeah.
Jeez. Maybe. Yeah, that was quite interesting, but yeah, good drive by Max. I mean, the only time where the gap, like over 30, 40 points has been overcome was Vettel in 2012. And that's not going to happen this year. Gap's too big unless Red Bull become the most unreliable car in the history of the sport. The championship is over. And I tweeted even during this race that, well, as you were speaking about it, actually, that I think that Mercedes will probably finish ahead of Ferrari in the constructors at this rate. Because Hamilton's really driving at a very good level again.
Yeah.
He was perhaps a little bit off it to start the season. But yeah, he's really back on at his best level again. Great drive by Lewis today.
Yeah, absolutely. Since Canada, Lewis has been, you could argue, he's been the best driver on the grid since that Canadian Grand Prix, especially when you consider how bad the Mercedes car has been. He's been performing at a very, very high level. And I don't think it's a coincidence either that when we've come to tracks that he's normally gone better at, that he's done better at. And obviously next weekend, the Hungaroring. I am very excited to see what he can do there, where he's won, I think, 7 or 8 times around that track. And as well, quickly, who is your driver of the day, and what would you rate the race out of 10 for?
Drive of the day. I mean, it's going to be Sainz because realistically, Ferrari were an absolute pillocks. He finishes in third.
Yeah, I still don't understand that. Even if they didn't have the pace in the end, let's say the medium tyres dropped off, at least try and build that 5-second lead. Don't get it.
At worst, he's still going to finish where he finished.
Exactly.
Oh wow, he got 1 extra point because of the fastest lap. But yeah, just another terrible decision by Ferrari.
Yeah. I will go with... Who am I going to go with? I will go with... It's between Sainz and Stroll for me. Stroll put in a very good job today. Remember, Stroll started 15th and finished 10th, so that's a great job by him. I'll go Sainz because, had it not been for Ferrari's incompetence, he would have finished probably 3rd, maybe even 4th. I don't think he would have finished 5th because his pace on the mediums was still, with 10 laps to go when he pitted, very, very good. So I think, I'd go with Sainz driver of the day. But shout out Lance Stroll. That was a very good drive today to beat his teammate who started 3 positions higher than him on the grid and to get a points finish for Aston Martin. A much needed one after what's been a very tough last few races for them. What was your rating out of 10 for the race? I'm guessing it's probably a 1 or a 2.
Nah, honestly, like, as soon as we started chatting shit about how terrible this Grand Prix was, it actually did ramp up. So, you know what, I think we're going to give it a 3.5.
It wasn't a great one. I'll give it a 4 because the action in the last 10 laps was pretty good. So apparently Charles Leclerc, this was actually earlier, he locked himself in his motorhome and wouldn't come out for the interview straight away, which I'm not surprised by. What do you call it? Yeah, for the race, I'd rate out of 10 a 4. And then, drive of the day, I'll go Carlos Sainz. A shame that he had his engine penalties because despite Leclerc's mistake, Carlos could have probably won today or been at worst second in the Ferrari. He's been very quick all weekend. Just want to ask, do you want to stick around for a bit of the reaction or not? It's your choice.
Nah, I mean, what reaction? The Ferrari is shite, shocker. Like, Max good, Lewis good. Like, I think it's a pretty simple thing today. So yeah, I think I'll head off.
Yeah, well, you're probably knackered as well. I can hear it in your voice.
I'm still half asleep, to be honest. And I mean, I've got to stay quiet because it is 20 to 1 here, of course. So
yeah,
still a little bit late.
But yeah, cheers for coming on, despite leaving it. Actually, you came on at a decent time, but I was a bit worried you were gonna oversleep. But obviously, I know the timings of the race is absolutely shit for you. Yeah, cheers for coming on.
It's fine.
Yeah. And I guess you'll be on for next weekend, won't you? The Hungarian Grand Prix.
Unless something happens, then yeah, I'll certainly be on next weekend. Yeah,
and it should be a better race, hopefully. The last 2 or 3 races in Hungary have been pretty good, so it should be a pretty good Grand Prix. So yeah, thanks for coming on, mate. And we'll see you for the Hungarian Grand Prix.
Yeah, indeed. Now, thanks to everyone in the chat today. So yeah, we'll see you guys later. Ciao.
Cheers, mate. See ya. And yeah, he's gone. Right. Yeah, I don't blame him, to be honest, because I mean, if I had to wake up at like crack of dawn or in the middle of the night to watch that, I probably would have fallen asleep. So yeah, I don't really blame him that much. Anyway, let me just take these headphones off quickly. And get this water bottle. So what we're going to do, guys, now for the next, I don't know, 45 minutes, maybe an hour, is we're going to react to the French Grand Prix. So let me know, guys, in the chat, what did you think of the French Grand Prix? What do you rate the race out of 10 for? Who is your driver of the day? And let me know for all the teams how you thought they did in the French Grand Prix today. And I'll make sure to read out your comments as we go through the reaction. I'm just going to quickly rename the stream and then post it back out in a couple places. And then we'll get on and crack on with the reaction here. So just sit tight and we'll get going in a second. But yeah, it should be better next weekend's Grand Prix. Because like I said, the Hungarian Grand Prix in the last decade's been pretty good most of the time. As well, I wanted actually to mention this this weekend, but I forgot to a lot of the time. I don't think it's the exact date, but this weekend, pretty much 4 years ago, is when I did, guys, my first ever watch-along, the 2018 German Grand Prix, the infamous Grand Prix where what do you call it? Where what do you call it? What am I trying to say? Where Sebastian Vettel crashed from the lead. That one. Yeah, 4 years almost exactly since my first watch along, and yeah, it's been a fantastic ride doing these things. And obviously, we've got plenty more of these for the future and for the rest of the year. Just posting the link out on my community tab and quickly on Twitter. Let me just quickly get this posted out. Come join us here for the reaction to the French Grand Prix, and then just do a couple hashtags quickly. Right, that is tweeted out and all posted out. So, like I said, guys, let me know in the chat what you thought of the race. Give me your rating out of 10 for the Grand Prix, and let me know who your driver of the day is, and let me know what you thought of all the teams in the French Grand Prix today. And I'll make sure to get to your comments as soon as I can. But let me now get into the teams, and we will start with the Red Bull team. What a fantastic Grand Prix for them today. They had great pace in the first stint of the Grand Prix. They really did. Red Bull. And even though Leclerc made his mistake and ended up spinning and crashing out of the Grand Prix, I think Max, and I agree with what Nib said, I think Max would have won the race anyway. So I don't think the win was really up for debate. And as we'll get into in a moment with Ferrari really should have reacted a lap sooner to what happened with Max making his pit stop. I just don't understand why Ferrari did not react straight away to what happened there with Red Bull pitting Max Verstappen. But yeah, Verstappen, I know Leclerc did start to pull away by a couple seconds in the 2-3 laps before that pit stop. But when Max made that pit stop, now that when he had that gap to drop into, which was a good gap, Max was always, even if Leclerc did not spin off and crash, Verstappen was going to get into the lead because Max would have been undercutting past Leclerc, as the undercut is massive here in France. So, yeah, great job there with the strategy. Obviously, Leclerc crashed out, and then Verstappen had an easy route to victory from then on in, winning by about 10 seconds from Lewis Hamilton. and didn't really have to push, just had to manage the car and lap at a decent speed to bring it home. And as Nib said, and as I've said, I've already said since the Canadian Grand Prix about a month ago, that the championship is over, and this is absolute confirmation that Max Verstappen will be your world champion in 2022, and there is absolutely no doubts about that. Now, for Sergio Perez, I don't know if his lack of pace today was down to what we've seen at times this weekend, where, I mean, in practice, Perez was pretty slow compared to Verstappen and was actually behind Mercedes in Friday practice. I don't know if it's kind of to do with that, as to why Perez was not able to, really overtake Hamilton and keep Russell at bay. But I think Perez has had a poor performance today, very poor performance, because the Red Bull should be quicker compared to Mercedes than he was in the Red Bull. And his pace just simply wasn't good enough, and that mistake he made when the virtual safety car came in was simply not good enough. Caught napping, Russell took advantage, and then Perez tried his best to get past, but wasn't quick enough to get back past the Mercedes of George Russell. But poor for Perez, but great for Max Verstappen, great for Red Bull, and not only have they also wrapped up the Drivers' Championship, but the Constructors' Championship is definitely wrapped up now, as Red Bull scored 37 points here, and Ferrari only scored 10. So the gap in the championship will now go up to about 75-ish points, something like that, between Red Bull, or even 80 points between Red Bull and Ferrari. So, yeah, congratulations to Red Bull and Verstappen on winning this year's championship, pretty much. And they absolutely do deserve it. And, great for them. Let me know, guys, what you thought of their Grand Prix in the chat. Next up, we will go on to the clowns that never disappoint, the Ferrari team. And they really stored up a fantastic blowing of this race today. As I illustrated before the race, their long run pace on Friday was not good compared to Red Bull, and that's exactly what we saw in the first stint. The Red Bull was clearly faster than the Ferrari, and then really, when Max pitted, even if Leclerc had responded a lap later, I think it would have been sometime during the race, just a matter of time until Max passed Leclerc to win the Grand Prix. But the two reasons why Ferrari didn't win today are simple. Didn't react the lap after with Leclerc when they should have, and then Leclerc obviously made his mistake. Now, I'm not going to defend Leclerc to the point of saying, well, Ferrari should have pitted him a lap earlier, then he wouldn't have made that mistake, because Leclerc shouldn't have made... he should not have made that mistake. He's way too good to be making a mistake like that. But, you know, on an in-lap, before you pit, you do have to push hard to try and make sure you, get enough lap time on that in-lap to either gain a position or... after your pit stop, or keep ahead of another car that has pitted. So Leclerc had to push, but on those tyres, just pushed a bit too hard for them. But why Ferrari did not pit a lap earlier than what they were probably going to do was a massive mistake. I don't understand why they didn't do that. Again, Inaki Rueda, well done. You are an absolute god. You have literally 1 trillion IQ. Well done to you. Ferrari, typical today. And then with Carlos Sainz put in an amazing performance today. Obviously, the safety car did benefit him quite a bit, so he could race, Russell and Perez. Got past them very well. And then, with 10 laps to go, he was on the medium tyres, was pulling away from Russell and Perez. Yes, he still had to serve a 5-second penalty, whether that be at the end of the race or in a pit stop. But Sainz had the pace to pull away from Russell and Perez and build that 5-second lead. What did Ferrari do? They pit him instead, and he ends up finishing 5th. Why not take the risk of not pitting Sainz and take the risk of him trying to build a lead? And if he doesn't build the lead, then fine, he still finishes where he did anyway. Why not take the risk? I don't get it. I honestly do not understand. Even when Ferrari told him to pit, Sainz was literally screaming no because he just knew the mistake Ferrari were making. But obviously, that's what they did. And they've ended up with 10 points from this Grand Prix when it should have been probably 25 to 30 at the very least for both cars. Yeah, get fucked is all I can say to Ferrari, and good luck winning a championship in, well, they're just not going to win a championship ever, are they? With this bunch of clowns, as long as Binotto is team boss, as I've said a million times before, they will never win a championship, and for the rest of the season, they're going to have to be looking more so in their mirrors at Mercedes rather than looking ahead at Red Bull, because Mercedes are now only like 40 points behind Ferrari in the Constructors' Championship, and Red Bull are just way too far ahead of Ferrari now. So well done, Ferrari, for blowing another potential race win. Again, I don't think they would have won today, but there was still a good chance they could have won. And again, blew it. Again, not pitting when they should have with Leclerc, and then Leclerc making his mistakes. So all around the entire team blowing it today. And disappointing Ferrari fans worldwide. And by the way, Dade, just to answer your comment, who says, Chaz, why are you such a Ferrari hater? I'm not a Ferrari hater. Trust me, I'm not a Ferrari hater. The reason I criticise them so strongly is because this is Ferrari. It's not like this is a midfield team that has a fast car just for this year, or is a team that is new to this part of the field, you know, fighting for victories and podiums. Ferrari should not be making consistent race-losing mistakes. That should not be a thing. I mean, it's not a thing at Mercedes and Red Bull, so why is it a thing at Ferrari? It doesn't make any sense. Well, it does make sense, because when you have incompetent team members, that's what happens. And yeah, Rook makes a great point saying he hates how it's run. Exactly. I have no problem with Ferrari. I mean, I used to be a bit of a Ferrari fan when I started watching Formula One for the first few years. And I want Ferrari to be not maybe... I don't want them to dominate F1. I don't want anyone to dominate F1 because it'd be boring. But I want Ferrari to be proper title contenders and take championship fights to the end of the season and maybe occasionally win a championship. Because remember, since 2009, the only teams that have won the championship are either Brawn, Red Bull, and Mercedes. And remember, Brawn in 2009 are now the Mercedes team. So I want there to be a bit of a, you know, a mix-up, a difference to what we've seen in the last 15 years pretty much. And they're not providing it. They're just doing... What Ferrari are doing is literally definition of insanity. It's doing the same things over and over again and expecting it to suddenly change in their favour. And they're just analysing on Sky F1 Leclerc's mistake. And yeah, the reason Leclerc made his mistake is because he ran too wide onto the blue paint. And that spun the car round. I think he had his rear tyre a bit too much on that as well. So, yeah. Anyway, let's move on from Ferrari and let's get into Mercedes-Benz. Very good result for them, second and third. And after what happened for Charles Leclerc, you'd have to say second and third would have been the aim after that safety car period finished. So great drive by Hamilton and Russell. Lewis Hamilton especially. Fantastic performance by him. Great start to the Grand Prix. He's had so many great starts as of late as Lewis. And it was great to see him doing what he did today. And as well, great to see Russell in a proper fight on track and come out the victor. Because even though he's had a great season, he's not had many great battles with other drivers this season. It was great to see him have one where he actually came out on top at the end of the Grand Prix. And yeah, second and third, great for Mercedes. Their race pace was very, very good today. And a big reason behind that was because they had, I think, a bit of a higher downforce package on for the race, and they set their car up probably more so for the race than they did for qualifying, which is why they were lacking a lot of straight line speed in qualifying, which was why they were so slow. in qualifying in 4th and 6th. But yeah, great pace, great performance, and going into the Hungarian Grand Prix, if they can have this type of race pace again, but a bit stronger in Hungary, which I think it should be, because the Hungaroring track should suit their car better. It's a faster racetrack with a lot of high-speed corners, and we know the Mercedes car goes very well in the high-speed corners. And it's a bit smoother, that track, especially in the middle sector where they've resurfaced the track in the last few years. So, and with the lap being shorter, look out for Mercedes-Benz. And you never know, if we get a crazy enough race and a real topsy-turvy race, Mercedes could win next weekend in Hungary. Obviously, we had a mental race last year where Esteban Ocon won the Grand Prix for Alpine, so you never quite know what could happen in Hungary. But yeah, great result today. And if they can keep up this type of race pace they've got and keep improving this car, then maybe, as Nib said, maybe Mercedes could take Ferrari in the Constructors' Championship. That would be brilliant for the Mercedes team. But yeah, great job by them today, as Binotto having to take a selfie with the fan there. I just think that's so funny. He looks so miserable. I'm not happy that he's miserable, but yeah, that fan just doesn't care about how miserable Binotto is. Anyway, let's move on with the rest of the teams. McLaren finished 7th and 9th. Not as good as it should have been. They lacked just the raw pace, really, to beat Alpine today. Alpine were just too quick. We did see that from the Friday practice data from the long runs, that Alpine were quicker than McLaren by about a couple tenths of a second over the long runs. So we knew that was a possibility, but with Norris having a better track position and also Ricciardo compared to Ocon, I was hopeful that McLaren would put up a better fight than they did today, but they just didn't have the pace, and Alpine ended up beating them out. So they ended up with the same result, McLaren, as they got in Austria. Not a bad result by any means, but just a bit disappointing with the race pace they had. But it's been a positive weekend for McLaren, and they should look at that, look at this result as a not a big positive, but a positive to a certain extent, because the car has improved on what it was before this Grand Prix. And going into the Hungarian Grand Prix, I think there's a good chance we could see McLaren very competitive, especially with Lando Norris. So, yeah, let's see what happens next weekend, because I do have a feeling that McLaren could bounce back in this fight with Alpine for 4th place in the championship. But yeah, McLaren have come away with 8 points, and Alpine have come away with 12 points. So Alpine are now 4th in the championship and are leading McLaren by 4 points, which is not great at all. And now let's move on with the rest of the teams. And yeah, we'll quickly go into Alpine. Great pace for them. And yeah, Fernando Alonso, great race by him, finishing at the head of the midfield. What a season he's having, still proving that he is easily one of the best drivers on the grid still, even at 40 years old he pretty much is in the Alpine. It's a great drive from Alonso. Obviously had a great start to the Grand Prix, getting up to P5 from P7. As we know, Fernando always very quick at the start of a Grand Prix. I got to say though, Alpine to a certain extent were lucky today that Esteban Ocon was able to take his 5-second penalty under the safety car and get that out of the way. He didn't end up losing anything because he still ended up beating Ricciardo to 8th place. So, yeah, bit lucky for Alpine there, because if the safety car didn't come out, Ocon might have been struggling to get in the points, because the Aston Martins were pretty quick, especially Lance Stroll. He wasn't too far behind really at any point in this Grand Prix today. But yeah, I think Alpine to a certain extent were a bit lucky, but great result, especially in front of the home crowd, getting the 3rd most points today, even outscoring Ferrari in this Grand Prix today by a couple points. So yeah, great job by Alpine. and we'll see what they can do next weekend. They should be very competitive as well. Remember, Fernando Alonso, always been very quick in Hungary. His first ever race win was in Hungary in 2003. And Esteban Ocon, his first ever win was in Hungary last year. So, yeah, expect Alpine's drivers to be very quick in Hungary. And I think it's pretty clear to see now that McLaren and Alpine are the two fastest midfield teams. No one else is really able to get that close to them. And we'll now move on to Alfa Romeo. Yeah, nothing much to say. Zhou Guanyu made a poor mistake colliding with Mick Schumacher. Valtteri Bottas had no pace at all. I don't know why they did not pit Bottas under the safety car. Or if they did, I don't understand what the strategy was with them. But, yeah, I don't understand what was going on there for Valtteri Bottas. But a very poor Grand Prix. Given that Aston Martin got what they got, a 10th and 11th place finish, that really should have been Alfa Romeo being in that type of position. So, yeah, I don't quite understand what happened today for Alfa Romeo. Not just with the strategy, but the pace as well. The pace was not really there anywhere near as much as I expected it to be from Alfa Romeo. So, a shame for them, but they are still comfortably 6th in the championship. All of the teams behind them, except for Aston Martin, have not scored points, so they're still miles ahead of everyone behind them, so they're still okay, are Alfa Romeo. And as long as they finish in the top 6 in the championship, I think they'll be very happy with that. Moving on to Haas F1, disastrous race. Mick Schumacher had no pace today at all, and has had no pace all weekend. Very poor weekend for him, especially after the 2 races he's just had. And even the 3 races he's had before this weekend in Canada, Silverstone and Austria, where he's been very competitive. I thought he'd be pretty quick here, but has had no pace at all. I don't quite understand why Mick has been so poor, but has been poor this weekend. And for Kevin Magnussen, had great pace this weekend, but what he did to Nicholas Latifi was so bad. Latifi made a fair overtaking move, and then Magnussen just punted him off the track, and it ended up with both of them retiring from the Grand Prix because of the damage. So well done, Kevin, on your superb job there, and well done for illustrating why a lot of people don't like you. I mean, I still like him, but that's a big reason why people don't like Kevin. Right. Anyway, let's move on with the rest of the teams. AlphaTauri next. I feel sorry for Tsunoda because he had a good start to the race, and then Ocon obviously spun him round. Clearly was Ocon's fault, and then that destroyed Tsunoda's race, and he was out of the race. It's such a shame for Tsunoda. Hopefully, though, doesn't take it too much to heart, because he's had a great weekend, and he should take the confidence from that going forward. And for Gasly, Gasly had a decent race, except for the mistake he made at the chicane, which was poor. Should have got that move done a lot cleaner than he actually did. But yeah, P12 is okay at best, considering where he started. But it, again, is another pointless race for AlphaTauri, and they are having a very poor season compared to the last couple in Formula 1. Next up, Aston Martin. Very good race for them. Lance Stroll, I cannot wait to see on his onboard camera on Tuesday or Wednesday, whenever they post that on the F1 YouTube channel. I cannot wait to see what his start was like, because it must have been mega to climb 5 positions on the first lap. Brilliant from Stroll. Great race from Vettel as well. The pace of the Aston Martin was pretty good today. They weren't that much slower than McLaren and Alpine. They were slower, but not by that much. Only a 10th or 2 per lap by the looks of it. So very good job for Aston Martin, and it shows they've got the pace on a Sunday. If they could just be a bit quicker in qualifying, and most importantly, cut some drag off this Aston Martin car, they would be pretty quick in qualifying. But at the moment, they're just too slow down the straights, and I don't think they're also able to fire their tyres up that well in qualifying to get, great qualifying results. Obviously, Vettel was 13th in qualifying yesterday, and Stroll ended up in Stroll ended up in 17th, was it? So, yeah, they're still not that great on a Saturday. But good result for Aston Martin. And Lance Stroll, big shout out to him. Definitely one of the drivers of the day here in France. And finally, we will go on to Williams. And I've got to say, I thought both drivers drove very well today. Alex Albon put in a very good performance, did the best he could. The Williams just wasn't quick enough to get after the Aston Martins, who were up in the points. But yeah, 13th is still a pretty good result for him. Latifi as well, I thought did very well today. And had really good pace considering how poor he has been this season. So good from him. A shame, though, that he was eliminated from the race because of what Magnussen did. I will say that was still a pretty funny moment between Magnussen and Latifi with what happened, because I was really stoked to see what Latifi was doing, but Kevin put an end to that. But this Williams car has definitely improved a lot, and I am curious to see how they get on in Hungary. I wouldn't be surprised, because Albon, I think, has got a good record in Hungary. I think he may have won an F2 race in Hungary as well in 2018, did Albon. But I'd be very curious to see how they get on, because I think Albon could get a very good qualifying result next weekend around that track. So we will see. We will see what happens with Williams next weekend. But guys, I'll just quickly go back on these pictures. Yeah, guys, let me know in the chat, what do you think of all the teams that I've talked about, and let me know what you thought of the race in general, pretty much. I'll try and roll up to the point where you guys started posting comments. And I just want to quickly look on Twitter to see I just want to quickly look on Twitter to see what the confirmed problem for Leclerc was. Bonotto is saying it's a mistake by Leclerc. And let's have a look. See what is on Twitter. And no, I think because I saw someone in the chat say it was a throttle issue, not a Leclerc mistake. No, it was a Leclerc mistake. That's already been confirmed, I think, by the team. Anyway, let's move on to your comments in the chat. Cameron Elliott says Ferrari the dumbest team in F1. True. AB says maybe George squeeze out because he decimated Perez. And says driver of the day for him, Hamilton and Russell joint, and then says maybe Russell squeezes out because of what he did to Perez. Yeah, you could maybe argue that. Russell was very good today. Paul James Squibb says Ferrari seems to have bad karma for some reason. Did they supply cars to the Nazis in the past or something? Dane says, do you still think Max deserves to be world champion this year? Yeah, I think he does. I mean, Leclerc has been great this season, but I mean, that's now the second mistake Leclerc's made this year that's, been very costly. Obviously, cost himself, I think, 7 points at Imola through spinning. Luckily, did not retire from the race with that mistake that he made, and then he's cost himself here probably 18 points. When if you look at Max this season, Max, the only mistake he made was in Spain, but that didn't really cost him that much, because even if Leclerc had finished the race that day, Max would have finished in second, because Max still had very good pace compared to everybody else behind him. So, looking at the season so far, let's say this was the last race of the season, would I say Verstappen deserves to win the championship? I'm just trying to think through the races quickly. Yeah, I'd say Max deserves it. But I think it's been a lot closer, the performance levels between Verstappen and Leclerc, than people would claim. Really, Verstappen and Leclerc have been that close to each other this season that we should be having a 2021-esque Hamilton-Verstappen title fight. But because of Ferrari being the way they are, and Leclerc making mistakes now, that's why the gap is now. I think the gap, let me just read out the championship standings for what they are now, because they are obviously now different. So, yeah, Max Verstappen leads the championship by 63 points from Leclerc, and then Perez is third, Sainz fourth, Russell's only a point behind Sainz in fifth, Hamilton sixth, and then Norris, Ocon, Bottas, Alonso, your top 10. And Ricciardo, I think, has he gained a couple positions? No, he hasn't. And yeah, that's your drivers' standings. And then, yeah, Alpine are now up to fourth in the Constructors' Championship and are 4 points clear of McLaren. That'd be a very good season for Alpine if they finished fourth. I don't think many people expected Alpine to finish fourth if they did finish there. Theroux says, man, I told you Leclerc would make a mistake. The car was way too oversteery. Rip Ferrari boys. I think it was you that said that. I remember now. You said Leclerc will spin out and make a mistake. Ferrari car too oversteery. So yeah, well done for you making that prediction. That's a very good one. Cameron Elliott says Ferrari use a magic 8 ball to decide when to pit. Rivaldo says 3 out of 10. 3 out of 10. Science driver of the day. Ferrari need to reevaluate themselves. Red Bull needs more pace. They had great pace though. Mercedes needs to better their car. Yeah, obviously they do. But not only for themselves, but because, you know, what a season we would have. What a season we'd have if Mercedes had an extra 2-3 tenths of a second at the minute. Because I think we could have got a very good end to the race there. Your opinion on Charles leaving Ferrari to win a championship just got stronger, says Prank? Yeah, absolutely. Well, the reason I made that video and uploaded it when I did is because I knew that during the season more things would happen that would back up that opinion. Now, Leclerc, the reason he retired today was because of his own mistake, but Ferrari should have pitted him a lap earlier anyway, so mistakes were still made. But, yeah. Theroux says Ferrari's setup was really wrong. I saw Leclerc making correction on every corner of the second and third sector. Paul James Squibb says, is the dodgy strategy of Ferrari placing added pressure on Leclerc? Was he pushing too hard because he should have pitted already? Possibly. Quite possibly. By the way, guys, for everyone watching right now, don't forget to smash the like button because we're only 3 likes away from 100. That'd be great if we could get that. So don't forget to smash the like button if you can. Who got fastest lap? It was Carlos Sainz. What was the P1, P2 gap? Asks Mr. Andreas. It was 10... It was 9.5, 10 seconds, or it might have been 10.5 seconds. I can't remember. Dane says Bottas in a Mercedes has a lot of bad luck. Win a championship. Don't quite understand what that comment means, but Dane says okay, I get it. Good to know. I know why. In regards to why I criticize Ferrari so much, and yeah, it's not. I don't hate Ferrari or Italians. I don't hate Ferrari. I hate the way they're being run because it's so obviously bad to me. It's just so obvious. But for some reason to them it isn't. And to the people like at the very top it isn't. I don't get it. By the way, cheers for the 100 likes. I've just seen that it went up to 100, so thanks for that, guys. Prank says, how did George close the VSC gap? Was Checo just sleeping on the restart? Yeah, he was. Russell just caught him unawares. The best way, obviously, I don't have experience of driving an F1 car, but I do have experience on the F1 game of when the virtual safety car comes in and you have to restart the race. The best time to do it is when you come out of a corner, because if the green flag waves when you come out of the corner, then you can get right on the power whilst other cars are like going slow on the like mid part of a straight. Then you can either close the gap or overtake. Who was driver of the day? I don't know who was driver of the day. Let's have a look to see. Probably was Max Verstappen, to be honest. Driver of the day was Carlos Sainz. Was driver of the day, and he deserves it. He was brilliant. Vladimir Rodriguez says, I got the Alpine outscoring McLaren prediction, Chazza. Good. Good for you. And to be honest, given the way this season's gone, it's not really that big of a surprise, is it, that Alpine are now fourth? They've been looking like the fourth best team this season. So, yeah, it's not a massive surprise. Triband says, I've got a question. Could Lewis Hamilton win in Hungary and are Mercedes bringing upgrades to Hungary? There is talk they are, but I'm not sure that's absolutely confirmed. But it would be nice if they did bring upgrades to Hungary. And if they did, and it improved their car by a tenth or two, then they would be pretty competitive, I reckon, in Hungary. And yeah, I can't wait to see what they can do and what Lewis Hamilton can do. Bonotto, I'm just reading a quote from Bonotto on Twitter, says, but we must look at what we can achieve, not at the points lost. Leclerc is a champion. Well, he's not. I mean, he's good enough to be a champion, but he wasn't today, and he isn't factually. There are still 10 races. Let's try to win them, he says. Well, they're not going to win probably that many more races this season. D'Angelo Williams says, let me find his comment quickly. He says, I keep telling people I love Charles, but please don't compare him to Lewis and Max. Those two drivers don't make those mistakes in those situations. There's levels to greatness in Formula One. Yeah, in my view, the top tier of drivers is Hamilton, Verstappen, Leclerc, and Leclerc's definitely the third wheel out of those three. I still don't think you can really say that he's better than Verstappen or Hamilton, but he can get there. Just needs more time. Haas team becoming like a 2021 where they were back at the field, says Dane. Jazztastic says, I'm thinking of betting my life savings on a Ferrari crash next weekend. McLaren F1 races. Max has been a more solid driver this year than last year. Max deserves to win this year, in my opinion, as a Lewis Hamilton fan. Yeah, based on what we've seen so far, I'd say Max deserves to be champion because he's been, except for that mistake in Barcelona, he's been very solid. And we have to remember that, you know, he did have 2 retirements in the first 3 races and lost 2 second-place finishes. That's 36 points. And then would have won at Silverstone had it not been for the debris from that AlphaTauri car. So he's had some bad luck as well. Lav Gorilla says Bonotto's master plan is to wait until they're faster than Ferrari to make a car that is consistent. Enthada, I think it is. Enthada asks, do you think everything going to change after the summer break? Depends on this whole flexi floor stuff. the FIA are trying to enforce this technical directive, but currently there are 6 teams who are firmly against it, and possibly another 2 teams, which would make up for a super majority for the F1 teams to vote against the technical directive coming in. And the teams are very unhappy about the technical directive because the FIA are trying to claim it as a safety thing when the teams don't think that's the case at all. So I don't know, to be honest. Lav Gorilla says, bye guys, and thank you for an entertaining afternoon. As a Ferrari fan who bets on Red Bull to soften the blow, I can only say that I'm richer but humiliated. Indeed. Triban says, who do you think will win in Hungary? Will Ferrari be able to recover lost momentum for the last 2 races? This is the thing with Ferrari. They will have, definitely in qualifying, they will have the best car next weekend. That track will suit them very, very well. Red Bull will be quick to a certain extent. Not as quick as Ferrari in qualifying at least, but they will be quick to a certain extent. Mercedes will be quicker and closer to the front too. But Ferrari, if they don't have any engine penalties next weekend for Leclerc or Sainz, Ferrari should lock out the front row in Hungary and should probably win the Hungarian Grand Prix. But do you guys actually think or trust Ferrari to do that? I don't. I don't at all. But knowing them, they'll barely, if they do win, it'll be like barely by like a second over Verstappen when it should be a comfortable, easy win. McLaren F1 races, let's hope for a 2-clash second half season. I think Max will firmly pull away now, though. Sparky Pete says, wow, what a race. I won't quite say that. But yeah, it was a race where some things happened and some things didn't happen. That's the best way of describing it. But and Vince just says, I'm not a fan of a summer break. I'm fine with it. You got to give the mechanics who travel around the world, you got to give them a break sometime, especially during the summer. You know, they do deserve a summer holiday. Do the mechanics, engineers, and everyone who helps the teams, a part of the teams, get, you know, stuff ready. I'm trying to think, what else have I got to do? Oh yeah. One thing we normally do is we look at the comments that I've missed or whatever in the last couple weeks. So let me look at that quickly. Let me just quickly get these up. I'll just bring it up on screen quickly. So I'm just going to go through and reply to some of these comments quickly. Bill saying Alonso's driver of the day for qualifying. Virgil says, I hope so much that Leclerc will join Red Bull. Thanks, Butterfly Blue Shorts, for that. Saying excellent preview. Mark, a lot of these comments are about my Leclerc video. By the way, make sure to check that video out. I am probably, not tonight, but probably tomorrow, I am going to put that back as my the main video on the homepage. The why Charles Leclerc must leave Ferrari at the end of 2024. I will put that on the homepage. But if you want to watch it now, then go watch it. It's on the channel page, and it's a few videos back. Mark says he should leave if they continue to destroy his races, but if they make him number 1 driver and let him call the shots, he should stay. Plus, Ferrari love to do this. They did it with Vettel, Raikkonen, and Alonso. I mean, if he's going to stay at Ferrari, they got to make him the absolute number 1, and he deserves it because he is absolutely the best driver at that team. Hold on, I thought there was an issue there because I had the little buffering thing next to my mouse. Solid is a chocolate fire guard. Cheers for that, mate. Saying lol, great line. Take it online says, I totally disagree with your view. Number 1, Ferrari is producing at this time the fastest car, so you want Charles to go to Mercedes, McLaren, or even Red Bull. when you have and then number 2, when you have the smallest chance to become a world champion with Ferrari, you should try always. It's, I believe, every racer's dream. It's every racer's dream. Yeah, maybe to a certain extent to drive for Ferrari, but it's more of a dream to win a world championship. And whatever team can give him the best chance is where he should be. And yeah, Ferrari at the moment probably do have the best car on the grid, but Ferrari are not going to win a championship anytime soon, unless they have a car that's like a second a lap quicker than the rest of the pack. Or even 6-7 tenths of a second quicker than the rest of the pack. Unless they have that type of pace advantage over the rest, they're not going to win a championship anytime soon. So, yeah. If a fast car, a very fast front-running car becomes available at another team, then I think you should absolutely look at it as, you know, a possibility to leave. And then Take It Online says, number 3, Michael Schumacher did also not become champion in his first year with Ferrari. To say now in the first half of the season Ferrari's not going to make it sounds a little bit stupid. Well, now this person looks very stupid because of what's happened today. And yeah, obviously Michael Schumacher did not win his championship in his first season. He had no chance of doing so. The Ferrari car that year was an absolute dog. But you got to remember, Michael won his championship in his 5th year at Ferrari. This year for Leclerc is his 4th year. So he's already getting to be at that point where Michael Schumacher was at, where if Schumacher didn't win that championship in 2000, that was probably it. Schumacher probably would have left Ferrari after that, because that, if they didn't get it done that year, they probably would have never got it done, the Ferrari team. So Leclerc's pretty much at that point where if it doesn't happen now or next season, then it's not going to happen ever, is it? Him winning a championship for Ferrari. ET says, problem is that Russell will be Mercedes number 1 when Lewis retires, and Verstappen undisputed number 1 at Red Bull. No other team is worthy of the talent like Leclerc. The thing is, I think if Hamilton retires before Leclerc's contract ends at the end of 2024, I don't think Mercedes will have a problem putting Leclerc in the Mercedes, because, I mean, Lewis Hamilton is still Mercedes' man, but they have Russell in the car alongside him, and I wouldn't say it's a number 1, number 2 driver situation at Mercedes right now. I think Mercedes are fine having 2 competitive drivers in the car. Miss Marquise says, I don't want to see Leclerc Alonso. Yeah, I don't think anyone does. And then a few more saying, I'm right. Let's see if I find any other interesting comments quick. Thanks to everyone here that I'm not reading out your comments, so thanks for commenting. Jimmy Stoney says Ferrari is the only place you can stay right now. Ferrari car definitely competitive enough to win the championship, but internal errors of Ferrari is stopping Leclerc. With Red Bull keeping Max and Mercedes keeping Hamilton and hired their own future star with Russell, its only hope is some other team that can make huge steps forward and produce a championship winning car. Well, do remember that Audi and Porsche are coming into Formula 1 in 2026, and well, even though Porsche are going to be probably supplying Red Bull with power units and won't be their own works team, it does look as though that Audi will be a works team and will probably buy out the Sauber team. So he could go there in 2026 if he wanted, but he would have to then sign probably another 2-year contract with Ferrari. And then these are just comments from the race and qualifying watch-along in Austria. But yeah, let me just get up on screen quickly the Leclerc video, and I'll just quickly hit pause. And yeah, this is the video that a lot of people are commenting on. And yeah, make sure after this stream to go check out this video if you want, about why Charles Leclerc must leave Ferrari at the end of 2024. And cheers for the engagement and comments on the video. There's been plenty of that, especially when you consider it's only got 1,700 views. and has a lot of likes despite the amount of views. So, yeah, thank you guys a lot for that. I really do appreciate that. But I'll cut back to this now. And, yeah, that is pretty much, guys. Actually, hold on. Let me read out a few more comments in the chat, as Rook has made sure to remind me that there are a few more comments to read out. Triband says, final question, which team does Hungary favour the most based on corners, straights and elevations and temperatures? I would say Ferrari. Maybe in the race it will suit Mercedes though the most, but I think Ferrari will suit the most in just pure qualifying trim. McLaren from Racers, thanks Rooksfoot for your timing telemetry. And yeah, it's great that Rook does that, posting, you know, updates during the race to keep everyone in the chat informed as well as, you know, me. So good on him for that. And race and session standings this weekend, absolutely. And also McLaren F1 Racers, thank you Chance for your commentary and thoughts. A great channel, thank you very much for that. Sparky Pete says, last couple years when Lewis gets in the zone in second half of the year, Lewis stopped George is as good as him talk. Triban says, I have to say this is one of my favourite YouTube commentaries that actually answer my questions. Thank you. No problem. Yeah, I love, to be honest, answering people's comments, and normally when someone asks me a question, I end up going a lot more in depth into the topic you brought up, which ends up making for a great parts of the stream. So yeah, thank you for that, and hopefully you'll come along to more streams to to ask more questions. But guys, that is it for the stream today. Just want to quickly though, before I go, just want to quickly update you guys as to the schedule for next week. So there will be no recorded video tomorrow because there was nothing that really, there wasn't enough that happened today to do a video on. So I'm not going to do any recorded video tomorrow, which is unfortunate. But yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Or that's what I'm not going to do tomorrow, because I just don't feel like there was enough in the race today for there to be an analysis video, let's say, on what happened today. So yeah, there'll be no video tomorrow or on Tuesday or on Wednesday, but then I will be back on Thursday at 6 p.m. UK time with the Hungarian Grand Prix preview. And then on Friday night, I'll be live at 6 p.m. UK time again for the Hungarian Grand Prix qualifying preview. And then on Saturday, I'll be live all the way from 11:45 a.m. till 4:30 p.m, just like yesterday, for the Practice 3 Watchalong from 11:45 till 1 p.m. And then from 1 till 3 p.m, I'll be building up to qualifying. And then qualifying starts at 3 p.m. UK time. And then about half an hour after the race, after qualifying finishes, I will react to whatever happened in the session. And then on the Sunday, I'll be live at the exact time I went live today, 12 p.m. UK time. And then until about 1:30 p.m, I'll be doing the race preview. Then from 1:30 till 4 p.m will be the race watch along. The race starts at 2 p.m. UK time. And then for about 45 minutes to an hour after the race finishes, I will be doing a race reaction. So make sure to come along to that, guys, next weekend. And then, obviously, after next weekend's Grand Prix, will be the summer break, which lasts until the last weekend in August. And I will let you guys know what the plan for content is next weekend in regards to the summer break, because I do have some videos coming. I've got a video that I'm probably going to finish before the Hungarian Grand Prix that I'm going to upload as my first video, probably for the summer break. And then I've got another 5 videos planned after that. And I might also sprinkle in some streams here or there. So there is, don't worry, content coming up for the summer break. But yeah, I'll get more into that on Thursday, Friday, maybe even Sunday as well next week. But thank you guys for coming along for what do you call it? Thank you guys for coming along for the streams this weekend. Been great to have you along. If you've liked my video, thank you very much. If you're a new subscriber, great to have you along. And don't forget, if you are new to the channel, to subscribe, because we do qualifying and race watch-alongs for every Grand Prix in 2022. And for everyone watching, don't forget again to smash the like button if you already haven't. And as well, share this video and channel everywhere you can to help out the channel grow. And as well, don't forget to follow me on Twitter at ChazHD5. And don't forget to join my Discord server, link below in the description. But guys, thanks for the weekend. And until my Hungarian Grand Prix preview stream, 6 PM UK time on Thursday evening, it has been me, ChazHD. Goodbye.